Good afternoon, everyone. Today is Tuesday, December 20th, 2022, and we're here for regularly scheduled town board and CDA meetings. As always, we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. And Ken, if you could please lead us in the pledge.
Sure. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Ken. Councilman Bayrod is not able to be with us today, so we're going to ask Councilman Kern to please introduce someone from our faith community for our invocation today.
Yes, I'd like to introduce.
Larry, can we turn the mics up, please?
Yes.
Can you hear me? No?
Speak up. Okay.
My mic's not on.
Mine is. Can you hear me? Yeah, Ken? Larry, maybe I have to come up just a little. Oh, that's better. Okay, thank you. So I'd like to introduce Reverend Dr. Sean Murray of the First Congregational Church in Riverhead. Thank you.
Do we have Reverend Dr. Murray with us today?
Online, maybe?
John, do we have him online? Okay, do we have anybody in our audience today that would like to lead us in a quick prayer to start our meeting? You want to come forward? Come to the podium for us? Thank you, ma'am. And if you could just state your name for the transcriptionist, that would be great.
Nancy McSwain.
Great.
And we just close our eyes. And Father, we just thank you for your goodness and your mercy and your truth. And we pray, Lord God, that all of this will be displayed here in this meeting today. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you very much. Well done. Okay, moving on, we have two announcements today. This morning, during a public announcement from the Department of State on projects to be funded under the New York State Downtown Revitalization Initiative program, selected projects were unveiled as having been chosen by the Governor's Office to receive funding under the $10 million DRI grant previously awarded to the town of Riverhead. The awardees were decided after an extensive public engagement process throughout the last year, and we're excited for the vision of downtown Riverhead to continue taking shape. The following projects will receive DRI funding. 1. Riverhead Town Square, $3.2 million. 2. Adaptive playground at the town square, $245,000. 3. Pedestrian walkability, $750,000. Number 4, downtown rowing facility, $250,000. Number 5, public art program, $250,000. Number 6, the Suffolk Theater, $2 million. Number 7, Riverhead Free Library, new entrance and welcome center, $215,000. And number 8, Griffin Avenue mixed-use development, TOD, $2.7 million. Certainly it was an exciting day for Riverhead to learn the fate of those projects. And number 2, next, 2023 Shotgun Hunting Safety Advisory from January 1st, 2023 to January 31st, 2023 inclusive. The town-owned property located at 1751 Sound Avenue in Calverton, and the town-owned property at EPCAL, including the recreational path, woods, and fields, shall be closed to the public in the interest of public safety. The dog park shall remain open. Okay, so we're going to move on, and I'm going to ask for a first and a second to close the town board meeting, and we're going to open the CDA meeting.
So moved.
I'm sorry, we're just going to pause so the councilman can make one quick additional announcement.
Just one announcement. Yesterday, the town of Riverhead lost a really amazing woman. And I had the pleasure to work alongside her for quite some time in the personal aspects of life and in people within our community, but also she was a member of our anti-bias task force, and she headed up for over 20 years. She worked on the North Fork Spanish Apostolate. Sister Margaret Smith was an amazing woman in this world, and she will be greatly missed, and I know that she sits in heaven forever. Thank you.
Thank you, announcement, and if we can have a first and a second to close the town board meeting and open the CDA.
So moved.
Second.
Dawn?
Good afternoon. We have only a resolution necessary to approve the minutes of, sorry. I don't know if it's on.
Sounds like you're on.
Yeah? Okay. Is that better? Okay. We have a motion, we need a motion to approve the regular, minutes of the regular CDA meeting from November 15th, 2022 at 6 PM.
Motion.
Second.
Vote, please.
Kern,
Yes.
Rothwell,
Yes.
Bayrat. Absent. Hubbard,
Yes.
Aguirre. The resolution is adopted. Now we have open comments from the public concerning CDA matters.
Does anybody in the audience wish to comment on any CDA matter? This would be the opportunity to do that. John, do we have anybody on Zoom looking to comment on a CDA matter? Okay. Okay.
The Community Development Agency.
Okay, we would then need a motion to close the CDA meeting and open the town board meeting.
Motion.
Second.
Vote, please.
Kern.
Yes.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
The resolution is adopted, the meeting is closed, and the town board meeting reopened.
Great, thank you, Dawn.
Thanks, Dawn.
Okay, moving forward with the town board agenda. Can I have a first and a second to approve the town board minutes from the regular meeting from December 6, 2022 at 2 PM?
So moved. Oh, second.
Vote, please.
Kern,
Yes.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Hubbard,
Yes.
the minutes are approved.
Okay, and Diane, do we have any correspondence or reports to review?
Yes, we do. Can you hear me? Am I facing in the right direction?
You gotta get a
Okay,
little- get a little
sorry, I'll
closer,
try to get
yeah.
closer. Under correspondence, I had 19 letters of support for a moratorium and completion of the comprehensive plan. And this morning, I received 4 letters in support of the anaerobic digester. Under reports, the tax receiver utility collection report was $824,368.35. Riverhead IDA and Riverhead IDA Economic Job Development Corporation adopted budgets were submitted also. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Diane. This is not the time for that, ma'am. We'll have an open comment period at the end of the meeting, and you can ask your question then. All right? So the next portion of the meeting, folks, is going to be the public hearings. We're going to open up our first public hearing, which was scheduled for 2:05, and the time is now 2:13. And this is a public hearing regarding the consideration of a proposed local law to amend Chapter 301 of the Riverhead Town Code entitled Zoning and Land Development, Article 39, Planned Industrial Park PIP Zoning Use District. And for this, I'm going to ask one of our esteemed planners, Matt Charters, who's here somewhere. Hi, Matt. So please come forward and introduce this topic for us once again. Hi, Matt.
How's that? Everybody hear me okay?
Great.
No? A little louder? I can be a little louder. Okay, so this is changes to PIP, the Planned Industrial Park Zoning Use District, which is at EPCAL. So basically, we are striking through some uses and adding other permitted uses in the code. So if anyone had the opportunity to review the draft law, we are striking indoor recreational uses from permitted uses and then revising that to state outdoor and indoor sports and recreational uses and facilities. Under B, special permit uses, it used to be outdoor sports facilities, which is now a permitted use, that'll be reserved. And then C, accessory uses, there's going to be a strike-through in the last sentence where it says accessory uses shall, so we're striking B for the sole use of employees, tenants, and the businesses, invitees to the industrial park, and not used for the general public, and shall include the following. So we're adding now number 5, retail sales. So it's striking through all the types of items that used to be able to be sold in this zone, and it's adding the phrase, "shall be limited to no more than 5% of the gross floor area of the permitted use, not to exceed 1,500 square feet, whichever's less."
Okay. Great.
Thanks, Matt.
So now we'll open it up for public comment on that first public hearing, and if anybody wishes to comment, they can come forward. We'll ask that you please state your name and your hamlet for the record.
Good afternoon, Takwi Turchin, Greater Calverton Civic President. I don't have a comment, I have a quick question. I was looking for the supervisor. I was surprised to find that she's not leading this meeting, so I asked inside her office, and the woman inside instructed me to ask Devin the reason why our supervisor is absent from this meeting.
First of all, that's completely immaterial, but I can tell you that the supervisor is feeling under the weather at the moment.
Well, appreciate hearing it, and I think you can hear from the folks in the audience.
I can tell you.
I'm sorry.
I can tell you that the supervisor is pretty tough, and it would take a lot for her to not be here today.
I appreciate the explanation.
Unfortunately, you got second fiddle today.
I think you've got it confused. The people who are going, are wondering why she's not here, not because she's not well. We're concerned for her health. But the fact that it wasn't announced at the beginning of this meeting to show the respect, that's what we're asking
This
for.
is public hearing on the PIP amendments that are proposed, right?
Yes.
So we're going to keep it all focused on that, all right? And
I
to-
don't have a
to
comment. That
Devin's-
was
to
my
Devin's
question.
point,
That's
to
Okay, great.
Devin's point,
Anybody else wish to comment on the
supervisor-
PIP?
Material.
Yep. Anybody else wish to comment on the PIP? Anybody online? Anybody online, John?
That's to answer your question, it's the property that's inside of the fence in EPCAL.
Planned Industrial Park.
That's what it means.
John, anyone online? Okay. So seeing no one online and nobody else in the room to comment on the PIP, we're going to close this public hearing and we're going to keep it open for written comment for an additional 10 days. And that 10 days is going to bring us to close of business on Friday, December 30th at the town clerk's office. Moving on to our next public hearing, which is regarding the consideration of a local law to amend Chapter 301 of the Riverhead Town Code entitled Zoning and Land Development, entitled Anaerobic Digesters. And for that, we have Matt with us again. Matt Charters, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Matt, before
so-
you get started, I
Yes.
just wanted to say that in regards, and I'm going to say this in regards to the following public hearings that we have on anaerobic digesters and on battery storage. The reason I asked for, and I didn't support this, is not because I'm not against, I'm for anaerobic digesters, I'm for battery storage systems. I understand their need, I understand what they can do for the community. I do favor them. What I don't favor is doing this without the assistance of a comprehensive plan. We're going to approve. We're going to approve this afternoon the comprehensive plan, which will be started immediately following this meeting. And for me, with the anaerobic digester, I have two concerns. One is that in the resolution, or in the public hearing, in the definition, we're not talking, there's no mention of a radius. And I have a concern about a radius. I don't want to take in food waste from New York City out here in Riverhead to make this operation work. When they presented to us, they talked to us about a 25-mile radius from that site. And I would be okay with that in terms of the location that they're looking to bring food waste from. But keeping in mind a 25-mile radius would also actually go into Connecticut. I'm not looking to do that either.
Understood.
I'm looking to do the 25-mile radius from their point of location just in Suffolk County, just to be clear. And the second thing that's not mentioned in this for the anaerobic digester is there's no mention of any type of requirement for groundwater testing. And that's something that really has to be done because of the amount of elements that are created for this. We want to make sure we're not going to pollute any groundwater up there for sure. God knows we have enough problems already up there. So for me, for this, these are my comments on the resolutions. it has to go to the comprehensive plan, because I think these things would be addressed in a comprehensive plan, instead of us just going forward and doing our own resolutions. I think we strongly need the assistance of the comp plan for both the digester and the battery storage systems, and that's why I'm asking for a minimum of a 6-month moratorium.
Understood. Councilman Hubbard, I feel like those are valid points. If there's, other members on the board that would want to consider, amending the law to include those, I think that's something that could be considered. I can verify with Jeff if we would have to renotice if those do get added, but as of now, I can summarize what, the local law is and give the public an idea of what an anaerobic digester is, which a lot of people probably don't know, and tell you about, what the regulations of this local law will be. For anybody who doesn't know, anaerobic digestion is the biochemical decomposition of organic matter into methane and carbon dioxide, biogas into microorganisms in the absence. Louder? Okay, sorry. How's that?
Yeah, right there.
It's better? It's a sweet spot? Okay, yeah. So in the absence of air, organic material, trees, plant matter, etc., get broken down. That creates biogas. Biogas then can produce electricity. That's sort of the benefit. The state of New York, there is an incentive towards green energy. They are looking for uses like this for the goals of the state. In researching this law, this use through code revision, and speaking with town board members, one of the immediate things that the planning division found off the bat is any organic material can go in this and be processed. So we were concerned about what are biosolids, which that's essentially sewage sludge, septic, stuff from septic haulers. We identified that's not something that we want in this town to be processed. So this law is, the ultimate goal is to, allow a digester, but to not process biosolids. This would be, as proposed, the use would be allowed in the PIP zone, which is at EPCAL, only by special permit and site plan review by the town board. They would have to comply with DEC regulations, which are quite, it's a substantial review process with the DEC just to cite one of these. All activities, including but not limited to receiving, processing, and storing materials, that'll have to take place inside a building. The applicant will have to document performance standards for siting to minimize the impact on surrounding properties and the environment, which shall include a consideration of prevailing wind patterns, proximity to other properties regardless of the property's use or how they're zoned, operational noise, so they'll have to conform to the town code for the noise regulations. They'll have to provide specific hours of operation with regard to truck and rail traffic. A traffic impact statement shall be included at the time of submission. They'll need to know the depth to groundwater and proximity to public and private wells, impacts on flood hazard zones, impacts on open space and greenbelt areas, any impacts to prime agricultural soils if applicable, historically and culturally significant resources if applicable, designated conservation areas, including but not limited to lands purchased via the Community Preservation Fund and properties that are preserved via the purchase of development rights, scenic corridors and viewsheds, central pine barrens, and the proximity to town, state, and federally regulated wetlands. So basically the applicant will have to, upon submission, submit documentation on any impact to those items, among other things that the town board might have at the time. Outdoor storage and outdoor transfer, loading and unloading of digestate, biosolids, refuse, and any other material as related to the operation of an anaerobic digester is prohibited. And then the facility shall be located within 1,500 feet of a rail spur connection to the Long Island Railroad.
Okay.
Thanks, Matt.
Yep.
Thank you, Matt. Anybody in the audience wish to comment on this public hearing?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for your time. My name is Mark Hobner. I'm here as a concerned citizen of Aquebogue. Anaerobic digesters accept food waste and expired packaged food and fat and oil and grease, other sorts of solid bio-waste, plus biosolids or septic sewage system waste or farm waste. They can process medical waste, animal waste, and anything else that a paying customer drops on the tipping floor. Riverhead currently spends about $150,000 a month on residential tipping fees at the Brookhaven Solid Waste Transfer Facility. if our 36,000 residents were conscientious enough to pull out 100% of their food scraps, we would see a 25% reduction in that cost, or about $40,000 a month. If we were then to take that food waste to an anaerobic digester in Calverton for some reason, it would be turned into natural gas, but the tipping fees there would be 10% higher, as allowed by the New York State DEC law, which turns into an extra $50,000 a year for our taxpayers. Not just the tipping fees, but the profits from producing natural gas from our efforts would go to the owner of the digester, not the taxpayer. Cost to us, benefit to them. The proposed digester is rated at 200 tons a day for its maximum solid waste processing. Again, if all 36,000 of our residents transported all of their food scraps to this facility, we would be dropping only 9 tons there every day. It's a half a pound per person per day. It's 9 tons a day. And even if the restaurants, hospitals, colleges, cafeterias, caterers, grocery stores, and delis dropped off their food scraps and all the packaging with it, they would only add another 3 tons per day. Riverhead's 12 tons per day is not going to provide an adequate revenue stream for a business that needs 100 tons a day to break even or 200 tons a day to be profitable. So where is this facility going to get another 188 tons a day? It will not be from Riverhead. It will not be from Riverhead and Southold. As a matter of fact, if we took all 5 towns from the East End, the entire Peconic bioregion, and we gathered 100% of the food scraps from every one of those 160,000 residents, we would only come up with 40 tons a day. Even if we gathered food scraps and package waste from every one of the 350 restaurants and 150 hotels and 3 colleges and 5 hospitals, we would only get another 15 tons per day. We're still, at that point, only at 55 tons a day for every person or place in our 5 towns. So where is this facility going to get another 145 tons per day of food scraps and packaged food waste and bio-waste and biosolids? Their plan by design includes using railroad cars full of solid waste to dump into their facility. If a railroad car holds 100 tons of waste, then they only need 2 cars a day. If everyone on the East End is not tossing their food waste into rail cars on the way past the train station in Mattituck, we know that this solid waste stream is coming from points west. Further into Suffolk County, all the way into Nassau County, possibly Queens, which already has a digester, or maybe into New Jersey or Virginia or the Carolinas, as Charlie Vigliotti told Newsday when discussing his 600-ton per day development plan. Generally, an anaerobic digester operation derives 1/3 of its revenue from tipping fees, some 60% from the production of recoverable natural gas, and they try to sell the remaining sludge as a fertilizer amendment. Most of the electricity generated by the operation is used for running the digester itself, with very little left over to hand out to their neighboring businesses. In the Midwest this year, it was discovered that the bio-waste and digester sludge that had been a source of pride and resource had become a problem. The digester folks had worked with farmers to spray the digestate out onto 24 million acres of farms and homes as a fertilizer and soil amendment. But with all of the PFAS that is in all of our products and our biological systems, including our bloodstreams at this point, they now have a 24 million acre remediation problem that will not go away. And I'm hearing Grumman here. While the 3 million people in our 2 counties will be required to divert, recover, and reuse our household food scraps in the future, we can only see an anaerobic digester as being a small puzzle piece in the larger scheme of things. Without any benefit to Riverhead and its citizens, we urge you to table the decision until we have looked at every aspect of it, especially the direct costs and possible benefits to your constituents. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Cindy Clifford, Riverhead. I have 4 masks, if anybody really needs one and is panicked right now. Just, you can come see me afterwards. It should go without saying that the majority of people here today are putting aside working, shopping, wrapping, cleaning, baking, preparing for company, maybe taking 5 minutes to just relax, but instead, they're here providing the public part of the public hearing. Your part as the town board, who scheduled this for 2 days into Hanukkah and 5 days before Christmas, in the middle of a workday, is to hear what we have come to say. That 2 of the 5
representing 40% of this board not present, in spite of Mr. Bayrod voting to approve this date and time, broadcasts a lack of respect for our time and possibly what we have come to say. That a public hearing is on the checklist to approve these projects is not lost on us. You could convey your commitment to the weight of these public comments that we are here making. I'd like to request on behalf of everyone here that you adjourn these public hearings at today's conclusion and carry over until early January, when residents who couldn't accommodate this time frame and the missing council people could be present to hear more comments like mine. To Mr. Hubbard's point, it's not necessarily common knowledge or acceptable to know the proposal for this anaerobic digester will result in who knows how many tractor trailers or trains of garbage coming from as far away as not just western Suffolk, but Nassau County, possibly Queens, to unload their garbage to feed the beast. Shouldn't the town want to consider better serving our needs rather than the needs of developers, and instead allow and encourage smaller scale facilities sized to handle the volume of food waste produced in Riverhead rather than food waste from out of town? Without the updated comprehensive plan, these projects require exceptions to our zoning before they can get approved. What does that tell you? It underscores the urgency of completing the plan so that we all know and agree if and where these projects and how these projects will fit in. Our Planning Department and Zoning Board of Appeals has too often arbitrarily altered zoning codes to suit the needs of developers. Also, too often our town board continues to appear to disregard the interests and requests of residents while super-serving the advancement of controversial project proposals like these for new, unproven, and sometimes inappropriate land uses. What are the risks? What are the risks and the potential damage to our town? Do they exceed any minimal benefit? And what is the direct benefit to residents? We can't point to tax revenue because even with all the project approvals so far, we just had our tax cap pierced and saw our property taxes jump. But again, without experts working on this, within the context of a completed master plan, we're just throwing darts in the dark. Please consider delaying this project until we have the big picture and know that the decisions are being made in Riverhead's best interest. Thank you.
John, do we have anybody online?
Was there anyone online you wanted to address?
Mr. Foley, can you hear us?
Mark, can I be heard in the room?
Yes, we can hear you, Mr. Foley, we can hear you.
Thank you very much. Please call me Mike. I have just two quick questions of the subject matter expert that was on board at the microphone first for the anaerobic digester. If he could just answer for me, when was the technology of anaerobic digestion invented and put into use? What was the first, the earliest time in your knowledge that this technology existed?
Mr. Foley, maybe you want to ask all of your questions, and then we'll bring our expert back up.
I'm sorry, I heard that. Actually, my follow-up question was based on the answer for the first question, but I promise to be brief.
He said 500 years.
So anaerobic digestion has been we've had that technology for hundreds of years. I'm surprised at that, but I'll accept that because that would bring this question to bear. If in fact anaerobic digesters were a possibility for placement in the footprint of Riverhead, why wasn't it considered in the 2003 comprehensive plan, number one? And number two, this comprehensive plan that hopefully will be signed in today and signed by Yvette quickly, even if you have to bring it to her home because she's so sick. The contract talks about authorizing, not directing. But I'll save that for the questions on the resolutions. If we knew that this technology existed and it was not contemplated in the footprint of Riverhead in 2003, clearly it needs to be researched, discussed, and identified as a place that will have the most, to use your word, Bob, a benign effect on the town of Riverhead. And for that reason, this kind of spot zoning for public hearings, and that's what we're talking about here, is really the exact opposite of what a comprehensive plan contemplates. So I would ask, like the prior speakers were, that not only this be tabled, so that it can be really thought out well for the comprehensive plan. But a public hearing is also not only for us to speak to 3 of the board members, but to speak to all 5. And I feel it is inappropriate to have a public hearing when 2 out of the 5 board members can't even contemplate what the public has come here to say. Thank you.
Anybody else? Oh, hello, Barbara.
Good afternoon. My name is Barbara Blass, and I live in Jamesport. 6 months ago, this town board held a public hearing to prohibit anaerobic digesters in every zoning district in the town. And today, we're poised to completely reverse that prohibition. I oppose this proposed amendment, which provides for anaerobic digesters as a permitted use within the Planned Industrial Park Zoning Use District. My earlier testimony during that former hearing regarding the complete prohibition recommended a feasibility study on the use of smaller, decentralized systems strategically located throughout the town with a limited cumulative capacity to ensure that we're managing waste generated from within our own community. I still support that alternative in addition to the recent collaborative efforts to manage food scraps in an environmentally sustainable and fiscally responsible way through composting, the farm-to-table-to-farm approach. You might have seen it on local TV. It's gotten some great press. New York State municipalities have a legal responsibility to manage their own solid waste, and they're required to have a DEC-approved management plan. This management facility, or this solid waste facility, was not contemplated in our recently adopted solid waste management plan this year. A facility approved under this amendment is not intended to manage our waste, but would operate as a private for-profit commercial waste facility requiring importation of garbage from outside our town boundaries. No stated limits on how much or where it is coming from. The proposed zone change is also inconsistent with our current comprehensive plan and is nothing more than a response to a private sponsor's application disguised as a town initiative. There needs to be a nexus between zone changes and a comprehensive plan. The supervisor often says, there's a process. Well, that's very encouraging to hear, but following the process is what really matters. A community needs to identify the need, impact, benefit, and siting analysis. This amendment is on the town's own motion, and because more than 25 acres are affected, it's a type 1 action under seeker. There's a presumption that an environmental impact statement would be required. And this hearing is taking place without sufficient public access to and review of any town environmental studies or documents used to support the amendment as written. It's clearly more appropriate to consider this use and evaluate it in the context of a comprehensive plan update. A mere discussion of the text proposed for a code is not a substitute for a planning process. In fact, the scope of work outlined in Appendix A to BFGA's contract includes an assessment of current systems and expansion capabilities to meet future development needs, including solid waste. As affirmed by the Zoning Board of Appeals, this use falls within the expressly prohibited uses in the Planned Industrial Park Zoning Use District, because it includes uses that prohibit the warehousing, storage, wholesaling, or sale of hazardous, dangerous, and explosive materials, such as acids, gases, ammunition, fireworks, and explosives. That prohibition is there for a reason and serves to protect the people and the environment from harm. Methane is an explosive gas and is the primary component of biogas, a byproduct of anaerobic digestion. That one change is enough of a potentially significant impact to trigger a positive declaration and a mandatory preparation of an impact statement. The purpose and intent of section of the amendment contains one sentence describing the technology as an innovative way to process organic waste into biogas and increasing the use of renewables, decreasing reliance on fossil fuels. While that is true and very important, that single sentence is woefully inadequate as a justification for permitting a previously expressly prohibited use in the district. Further, a corresponding clarification of Section 301-114A6 should be considered to prevent internal contradictory provisions in our town code. As stated before, anaerobic digesters were never contemplated, nor were logistic warehouses or battery energy systems or solar facilities. None of these uses should be incorporated into our zoning code or expanded, and no related applications should proceed now. Let's take time to understand and balance all that is involved with these proposed uses and their many varied impacts on our community. You've heard from many constituents over the last several years, and more here today, as well as the 5 members of your planning board objecting to moving forward on new codes and projects prior to the adoption of a moratorium so that the planning process can get underway. It's time to stop reacting to applications and forcing round pegs into square holes. Let's not forget what happened a few short months here in this very room. It took one member of the development community to object to one line of a proposed code change to bring the implementation of the pattern book, a costly but worthwhile planning document. That process came to a hard stop as a result of one person complaining about one line of that entire document. We all appreciate the freedom and opportunity to address you as our local government representatives, but please just don't pay us lip service and thank us for our comments, or worse, waste our money by prematurely and haphazardly adopting code changes that could undermine the costly but necessary planning update that's about to get underway.
Thank you, Barbara. Anybody else for comments on anaerobic digesters? Anybody online, John? Coming forward to speak?
Is there someone online?
Nope, you're up.
Okay. Hi, Takwi Turchin, Greater Calverton Civic Association President. I echo the comments of our previous speaker. And by our signs, you can tell that's exactly how we think today. I don't have any more comments to say other than it is 5 days before Christmas, which is a holiday I celebrate. It's 2 days into Hanukkah, which is a celebration many people I know and are friends with celebrate. It's not the time of the year to be having a public hearing. And it's not the time of the process to be having a public hearing. The priorities of the board are backwards. You need a comprehensive plan by professionals. And those professionals are not in your planning department, and you're contracting and yet not signed yet to sign that contract with the new professionals. Let them do their job. Thank you very much.
Anybody else? Anyone else to comment? Ma'am, come on up. Come on up, ma'am.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Marilyn Hamilton, Marilyn Hamilton. My husband's name is a little more complicated, Joseph Lajanusa. I'll spell that, capital L-A, capital G-E-N-N-U-S-A. He's the gentleman in the wheelchair. I've lived in Foxwood Village for 23 years. My husband Joseph has lived there for 20 years. We both want the moratorium. If the warehouse project is allowed to go on, our quality of life will be severely diminished. It has already been diminished by the Brixmor Costco shopping center project a few years ago. With the refrigerated trucks running all night long, we want the moratorium.
Okay, ma'am, do you have a comment on the anaerobic digester public hearing for us?
I'm speaking on the moratorium.
Okay, so that will be later during the open comment period. Thank you. Anybody else for anaerobic digesters? Okay, seeing nobody, we're going to go ahead and close this public hearing. We'll leave it open for written comment until 4:30 on December 30th at the town clerk's office, which brings us to our next public hearing, which is for the consideration of a local law to amend Chapter 301 of the Riverhead Town Code entitled Zoning and Land Development, Part 3, Supplementary Regulations, Battery Energy Storage Systems. And Eric, this is one of 3 public hearings on battery energy storage. Did you want to just explain to folks that we're going to combine the 3 into one?
Yes, we're going to just open up one general public hearing session on these 3 amendments because they're all related. One adopts a piece of legislation that defines and sets forth regulations for the systems. And then the other 2 deal with dimensional regulations that are set forth in charts and attachments at the end of Chapter 301. So you can't really have the addition of the substantive part of the code without modifying or amending those attachments and charts. So that's why we're going to just group it all together because the public hearing on modifications to the charts is really related to the substance of the code regulating the systems.
Okay, so Matt's going to walk us through, just to clarify for everybody, the supplementary regulations and then attachment 2 and attachment 3.
Correct.
All on battery energy storage
Yeah, so the
systems.
supplementary regulations, that's what they'll be, as Eric said, that'll be the substantial part of the code. That'll deal with setbacks where the town is looking to have these uses, and
You gotta stay, Matt, you gotta stay in that, on that mic.
how's that?
Great.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Good. Sorry, guys. All right, so if the public's not familiar, the town board has heard this several times. There was a public hearing on this law originally in August of this year. Not much has changed since August to this version. If the public's largely not familiar with the battery energy storage system, so what it is either a single battery, so that's in the case of a Tier 1 battery energy storage system, which is less than 600 kilowatts. That would be something you would see in a private home, such as a Tesla battery pack. So essentially, you're purchasing power from the grid, you're taking it in, and then you're storing that power in the battery for later use. Tier 2 systems, which are these bigger grid scale applications, which is a commercial facility. So that's greater than 600 kilowatts. Again, it functions the same. It's just a bigger operation. There's strings of battery, generally lithium-ion batteries, where the power is purchased from the grid. This is on a much larger scale, and then at a later time, they're sold back. The power is sold back. It can either be used to help with black starts or, to similar operations. A building permit and an electrical permit will be required for all these applications. Tier 1 battery energy storage systems, which are these smaller versions, which is in a single-family home, will only require that, and they'll be allowed in any zoning district. Tier 2, this is where we did the specific and more comprehensive analysis. The planning department and the code revision committee did look at the entire town where specific substations were located within the town to arrive at these zoning use districts. So we're, as proposed, this is contemplated in the Industrial A, the Industrial C, Planned Industrial Park, that's PIP, Agricultural Protection, and Residence A80. We did arrive at those two residential zones because there are two substations that are in residential zones. There's one to the north of Sound Avenue. If everyone's familiar where the Harbs property is, there's a substation there, and then there's one on Tuttle's Lane as well. There's additional regulations that go along with the residential zones, so they have to be within 1,000 feet of an existing substation, so that really narrows it down, and then there's a 2-acre minimum parcel size requirement for residentially zoned properties. Tier 2 systems will have 75% lot coverage, 20% maximum height for structures. Everything must be screened. They have to comply with town noise code. They have to be fully enclosed with a fence. There are several avoidance areas that are noted in the code. So obviously, we don't want these battery energy storage systems in flood hazard zones unless they can comply with FEMA regulations, open space areas, parcels that contain prime agricultural soils, historically and culturally significant resources, designated conservation areas, scenic corridors, or within 150 feet of riverhead wetlands, 100 feet of New York State DEC regulated wetlands, or 300 feet of a DEC tidal wetland. So there's several restrictions, and the code is purposely limiting because we want to not see a proliferation of these uses throughout the town. A large part of this code has to do with fire safety. Tier 2 systems are specifically addressed in the New York State Fire Code, and an applicant would have to abide by all the regulations in the fire code. They do get reviewed by the fire marshal if this law was to be adopted. As I said, there has to be an emergency operations plan, a commissioning plan, all equipment specs have to be provided, a fire safety plan, operations manual, erosion and sediment control plans. It's a very involved process. It's a thorough code. This is based on the NYSERDA code as well as codes that are used in other towns in the area. So this is something that's evolving throughout the region. Other towns have already adopted a similar code. And lastly, they'll have to provide a decommissioning plan and a decommissioning fund maintained throughout the lifetime of the facility. So that'll kind of outline specifically about the costs of when this thing does come offline, what it'll cost. That'll have to be prepared by a licensed professional engineer and then verified by our town engineer or their assign, essentially. That's that really.
Thanks, Matt.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Any members of the audience want to come up and speak about battery energy storage systems, this public hearing? This is about the battery energy storage system. Ma'am?
My name's Diane Barber
Just pull the
Hoffman.
microphone down.
Diane Barber Hoffman. I live in Glenwood Village, and I work at the Riverhead Post Office, who was not informed of this. I only spoke to a gentleman who came around with the petition yesterday about this, and I had already done my research. I know there was a meeting at Glenwood Village about this battery storage. It's walking distance from my house. This is a residential area. I've done my research on the one that blew in California, the one that blew in Canada. What happens to us? These are our homes. If this is approved, I have to get my home on the market immediately because it'll just deplete my property value. Because if there's an accident, I lose my home. Okay? I invested myself here in this town. I work here, I live here. But this does not belong where it's, they petitioned in Glenwood. Did you go across Mill Road to those homes too? And speak to everybody over there? Because nobody went to the post office and notified the postmaster.
And I'll just let you know, in the legislation that's written right now, you're in zone R40. It does not include your zone, so it wouldn't allow it there right
Okay,
now,
well, they held a meeting
I
at
understand
Glenwood
they-
Village and said that there would only be a problem, they would have to evacuate up to a mile. Up to a mile is half of Glenwood Village.
The legislation as written right now does not include your zone, so that would have to be through amendments in the future. So right now,
So Mill Road is out of the question.
yes, as of this legislation written as of right now today, yes.
Okay. That's what we
What's that?
need to know.
Zone
There's too many
R40.
people live there, and it's too close to the water. We already have crap in our water. There's always pink slime in your sink and stuff, so we don't need toxins running into
Matt,
our
I'm
water
correct by
supply.
making that statement, right? Thank you.
Okay, it's on record. Press is here.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Vittorio Farenga, and I am a resident of Glenwood Village. I am not here full-time, but I drove 97 miles to be here, and I'm very proud to see how many people have showed up, you know? I'm very concerned about this for Riverhead, and the reason being is that I am all for progress, and just like Mr. Hubbard says, probably these things will have to exist in Riverhead. My concern is that they're properly slated in areas where it doesn't affect residential areas or recreational areas. I mean, you're calling it a recreational area, but yet you want to put certain things that seem very industrial. Maybe I don't understand the term recreation, but to me, that's not recreational. In any event, what I need to say is that if this battery storage facility is implemented, I know that it has to follow certain fire restrictions and certain kinds of codes for fire. But who will equip the Riverhead Fire Department with the means by which to fight these fires? On whose back will that equipment and material be spent from? Will it be taxpayers?
So I can tell you that the Suffolk County Fire Academy has outlined training. Often, companies throughout the United States do provide funding to local fire academies, such as Suffolk County Fire Academy, as well as NASA and other areas throughout the country, where they will provide money and provide resources for training. The Suffolk County Fire Academy is responsible for training all fire departments within Suffolk County. So,
But we don't have the manpower. The fire department does not have manpower.
Okay,
If
ma'am.
a fire like this is gonna break
So I
out.
We want to
So-
hear what you have to
Sorry.
say, but let's keep it orderly, okay? Please, thank you.
So to answer your question, they provide training for all local departments, and local departments, should they enact a code such as this, can schedule training at the fire academy to understand how to properly protect.
Sure, so I totally understand that, and I figured that might have been part of it. But for the ongoing concerns as these things progress, and you need different equipment, different solutions, and other things, I am sure that that will still be on the backs of the Riverhead taxpayers. What I guess I need to understand from all of this, and I think it might be helpful for us to know, is how do these things get funded? What benefit to Riverhead, other than the tax base of this particular business, is there for us to undergo these other expenses and also possible perils? So I'm not understanding how this ultimately benefits either the town of Riverhead or the residents. So is there a financial gain for Riverhead if they implement some of these companies and these mixed uses and rezoning and so on? Will there be a positive flow for money into Riverhead?
So I can say that a program such as battery-powered energy storage would be the foundation, the starting point. It doesn't alleviate everything, but it'd be a starting point for like mass disaster plans to be put in place out here. Right now, I've said early on, if something like a Hurricane Gloria, traveled into this area at this point, I think we would be completely devastated, because we've been fortunate not to have a hurricane a long time, and I'd be greatly concerned about our power grid and our power lines and to what the damage would be. Something of this nature could be put in smaller capacities throughout the town to provide energy for different areas, so that you can perhaps put things in different communities and alternate power.
So these are potential benefits, but really, if we were to approach this as a business, wouldn't you want to look and see like what benefits, real benefits right now and long-term would there be for Riverhead? I mean, I could understand the promise, but I don't know if that's good business sense to buy a promise or get into something because of a promise, because as we know, promises can be broken. So again, I do believe that there is a need for both the anaerobic and this battery storage, and eventually we'll probably have to do it in Riverhead, and hopefully the federal government will kick in something to Riverhead. I imagine the federal government probably wants to see communities and states comply with some of these things, and there might be some other monies there. But I really don't quite understand the financial aspect of it, So this is why in many ways it's like until those questions are answered, I am a little bit skeptical about this because I want to know who will be benefiting from this, if not the people, if not the town. Is it just for the corporation that's running these facilities? And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Barbara Brannigan. I'm also from Glenwood. I was at the
Barbara, put the mic right there.
Sorry, my name is Barbara Brannigan. I'm also from Glenwood Village. I was at the meeting about this. We had a fire marshal there from the Riverhead Fire Department. He said it is not feasible to put out a fire like that for us. These are volunteer firemen. They're not firemen that would be there on call 1, 2, 3 to jump in to do it. Also, when they told us about this, they said, well, if we don't put that there, then you'll have a trucking concern there and you'll have more noise there. What trucking concern is going to come there to give us more noise that's not there already? We have Stop and Shop there, we have the post office there. I think it's much better to have more noise with that than to have this. It's very, also there is a gentleman that worked on airplanes with the same kind of batteries. He said once they go, and there is no hope for the rest of us. So please consider that. Would you like to live there? Would you like your parents or your children to live there? Because certainly 500 and something people in Glenwood do not want it.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Adam Stanek. I'm a renewable energy developer with Hexagon Energy. We're partnering with 2 local residents here who are property owners and small business owners here in Riverhead, Stephen Tuttle and Bob Dunkirk, who are here behind me. I'm here this afternoon to talk about the implications of the proposed battery energy storage code for all viable battery projects in Riverhead, as well as the one we've proposed on Mill Road. There's over 15,000 parcels of land in Riverhead. Of those, the proposed battery code, as written, allows 19 potential candidates that meet the code's requirements and that are in close enough proximity to high voltage electrical infrastructure for a tier 2 battery. That's only 0.1% of parcels. You take those 19 parcels and look at them individually, and 7 of them have active high value businesses on them, which make them unviable for redevelopment as a battery. So that leaves only 12 land parcels in all of Riverhead that could have a project, a tier 2 project potentially proposed on them, about 0.07%. And it may not be the board's intent, but the battery code as written is very restrictive, it's very limiting. And without making a few adjustments to the code, either before adopting or amendments to the code, you lose out on the opportunity to consider many good projects that would increase tax revenue for the town and realistically can prevent or reduce rising electric bills for Riverhead residents. When you look at those 12 parcels that are available a little bit closer, there's actually less that could even be used for the best projects for the benefit of all the residents in Riverhead. The reason is, you look at the main substation for the town of Riverhead. I'm not talking the Edwards Ave substation in Calverton or the Tuttle substation that's further to the east, but the main one. The main substation, high voltage substation for the town, is south of the Peconic River where Mill Road terminates. And this is where you'd get the most electrical benefit for residents in Riverhead because it's got the backbone electrical infrastructure for the area, the most high voltage electrical infrastructure. So if you focus on parcels that meet the code and are in close proximity to this substation and high voltage transmission lines, then the candidate parcels for projects that could be proposed are narrowed down to only 1 parcel. And that's not even the parcel where we've proposed our project. It's a parcel that has a lot of tree clearing requirements and wetlands issues, so it's actually not a great parcel for a battery. So the point is that really there's about a half a parcel that's available next to the main high voltage sub where a project could be proposed with the code as written. So this is a reason to consider a few adjustments to the battery code that would just widen the net of opportunities that the town could consider. Of course, you'd still retain the authority to reject them because they'd all still require a special use permit. Now, this is where Stephen Tuttle and Bob Dunkirk, lifetime residents of Riverhead, enter the picture. The Tuttle family has operated small businesses in the town of Riverhead since the 1960s. They have 3.5 acres of land on Mill Road that they want to redevelop for a higher and better use that'll be better for their business and for the value and tax revenue it provides the town. In the early 2000s, this land at 87 Mill Road was rezoned as RB40. So that's medium density residential, but it's truly an outlier property. It's always been of an industrial use. Currently has an auto mechanic and industrial storage on it. It's surrounded by industrial properties that are being used for industrial uses, and the train tracks as well, and it will never be suitable for medium density residential housing. Stephen and Bob want to redevelop it as battery energy storage, and we as Hexagon Energy want to partner with them to do that, but the code as written won't allow them to consider that option, even though it's a good fit for the industrial profile of Mill Road, proximity to the high voltage substation, and increased benefit to residents by bearing 10 times the current tax revenue that the property bears today, plus providing the opportunity to prevent or reduce future increases to residents' electric bills. In addition, I just want to address what some members of Glenwood have said today. Over the last 4 to 5 weeks, Stephen and Bob and I, fellow coworkers at Hexagon Energy, have been making the rounds. We at Hexagon Energy have been talking to folks across all of Glenwood Village. We've knocked on every single door of over 500 homes there and spoken with as many residents that are willing to talk to us. And today I'd like to submit to the town clerk for the board's consideration a petition that has been signed by 102 residents of Glenwood in favor of this battery project that we proposed on Mill Road, and in favor, and if this, excuse me, thanks.
Folks,
This petition, I just want to note for the town board, has been signed by 102 residents that are in favor of our project on Mill Road and in favor of the 3 adjustments to the code that I want to highlight today. I'll just submit this petition and the adjustments to the town clerk.
Did he explain to them the fire hazard?
ma'am,
Ma'am, you gotta
you can't
talk
speak out of
on the
turn,
mic.
ma'am.
We want to hear you, but you got to be up at the mic so everybody can hear you.
So just quickly to highlight these 3 adjustments that we're requesting are included in the battery energy storage code so that this project to be considered, of course, still requiring a special use permit. The code already allows for residential projects to have a tier 2 battery put on residential parcels, but with the code as written, actually zero residential parcels meet the requirements of the code, even though it says you could put a tier 2 battery on RA80 parcels. So our request is twofold there. One is to increase the distance to a substation from 1,000 feet to a substation to 2,500 feet for a residential parcel. That would create the opportunity for a few more parcels to be available. And the other is to add residential B40 to the list of residential districts that are allowed to have a tier 2 battery on it. And I do want to note for the board that our GIS analysis shows there would not be a glut of RB40 parcels that would be available if that's added to the list, and the other requirements of the code are kept, such as being over 80,000 square feet and being within 2,500 feet of a substation. There would actually only be 1 parcel in all of Riverhead that meets all the requirements of the code and is RB40, and that would be the parcel at 87 Mill Road. And that's because that parcel is it's not 40,000 square feet like RB40 parcels are designed. It's 140,000 square feet, so it's really not meant to be an RB40 parcel. The other option to allow this project to be considered under the code as written would be to add to the permissible zoning use districts parcels that meet all other requirements for a tier 2 battery and currently have a non-conforming industrial use on the parcel. We're putting a battery on the parcel would be a less intensive use than the current non-conforming use, relying on the town code section 301-222B. This would open up 9 new parcels that currently have non-conforming uses that aren't following the code and that are of industrial use that could then submit battery projects on them. So the bottom line is I'm just asking the board to adopt a battery code that gives Stephen Tuttle, Bob Dunkirk, and Hexagon Energy the opportunity to present our project under the code as written, and for you to consider without a zoning board of appeals application or rezoning, all of which require a much higher burden of proof. It could be difficult after passing a new battery storage code. Should she decide to make these edits on her mind, the town, you still retain the power to accept or reject the project based on your analysis of if it's in the town's best interest, because a special permit is required. Just gives you the flexibility to consider our project and a few more parcels, widen the net a little bit, and decide if the use of land is worth it for your residents, for the increased tax revenue, mitigation of rising power bills, and a more resilient and sustainable power grid for Riverhead. Thank you for your consideration.
Just for clarification, and I don't know what you're speaking about, we can't make, when we have a public hearing, the code is as written, so we cannot make changes to it. It's either, choose to pass this or not to pass it, to move it forward or not to move it forward, but it's not at our leisure to make changes to it and then vote on it without an additional public hearing. So any of the requests that you put in for your project would require another public hearing and future discussion. Okay?
Cindy Clifford, Riverhead. That a company would misrepresent and mislead residents in a senior community, and quite possibly even mislead the owner of the community, who reportedly helped walk this petition door to door at Glenwood so they could submit the petition to the town board, creating the appearance that the majority of residents are in full support of battery storage facility, a stone's throw from their manufactured homes. What kind of bad players would do that? And is this the type of community we want to welcome into Riverhead? No. It was a rhetorical question. Residents and perhaps our own town board members are also being misled, told that these projects are, among other unproven points stated in the flyer, better for our health and our environment, safe for our children, and have money-saving opportunities on our utility bills. What senior wouldn't sign that? But how true is it? I mean, anyway, we need to listen to people with nothing to gain, people who have no vested interests, who know the downsides and the advantages of these technologies. A concern that our planning department and zoning board of appeals has too often altered zoning codes to suit the need of developers is a cautionary tale. But with the notorious risk of chemically driven fires associated with battery storage facilities, are our volunteer firemen equipped, or will they be equipped to handle these emergencies? While there most likely will come a day when we have everything in place to successfully and safely permit their use in our town, that day is not here, it's not even close. And until the comprehensive plan is complete and we know where and how battery storage facilities would fit in without posing a risk while creating a real benefit for residents, I can only ask you to consider voting against this false progress. I also want to add that with only 60% of the board present here today, I again would like to request on record that these public hearings be adjourned at today's conclusion to resume in early January so our missing council people and the residents who are unable to attend this inconveniently scheduled time and date could be present. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Hello, good evening. Phil Barbado, Jamesport. Phil Barbado, Jamesport. The persons who have spoken already have pretty much eloquently described what's wrong with this proposal, although I'm not going to reiterate. What I'm asking at this point is, let's take a breather here, and let's not revise the plan and do the environmental and social impacts of them one application at a time like we are tonight. This idea is wrong. It's bad planning. We need to revise and thoroughly prepare our comprehensive plan before we can start considering this type of new project, these things that are not in the code yet. And we're very close to being able to do that. We have a contract that isn't signed yet. Let's just do the right things in the right order. That's the underlying subject here is we don't have a plan, so how can we start approving things that come flying our way one at a time? That's bad planning, and that will lead us to the same kind of end result as the towns to the west. If you want to look at how bad planning, what the results of bad planning are, just take a drive to the west. You won't have to go very far, and you'll see what Riverhead could end up like. The folks here know what they want this community to look like in the future, and that should be matched by what is in our revised comprehensive plan and in our revised zoning regulations as they become changed. So please, let's just take a pause here, do the right thing in the right order and comprehensively before we make some really bad decisions and start ourselves down the pathway towards the place where we don't want to be. And then, if anyone here thinks that more development means lower taxes, where does that come from? You go anywhere where there's more development and they pay more taxes than we do. So I'm so tired of hearing that. Please stop saying that. I think that finally, I would hope that you adjourn this hearing, not end it, so that there'll be more people here who can, or more people in the community who can come and provide their input. So don't conclude the hearing, adjourn it, please. I think you concluded the last hearing. I'm hoping you're not going to do that with this one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Susan Cacciola. I live in Foxwood Village. People from the West are constantly coming out here for our beautiful wineries, our farmlands, our open spaces. And now you want to put warehouses here? I've sat through these meetings. I've heard the FEMA reports. I've heard what it's going to, our roads can't handle it. That's a no-give. Anybody with a brain knows that. But the idea is we have school buses where tractor trailers are going to make turns. I've heard all this. What I haven't heard, and what confuses me and a couple of my friends is, why do you want it? Why don't we start off with Mr. Kern? Why are you for this? Tell me. Give me one good reason.
Ma'am, you're addressing the whole board?
Yes, I am. One by one, answer me. Our fire department can't handle this. I know for a fact it can't. You had a fire many years ago that crossed Sunrise Highway, a brush fire, that they had every department from the island. They had ladies auxiliary there. And now you're talking about a warehouse with batteries that are destroyed. These batteries have destroyed apartment buildings in the city. You got Glenwood so close to this. You have the racetrack close to this. But just tell me, why do you want it? Why have you even agreed to address this issue with these warehouses? Riverhead is no place to ruin. I moved here for the beauty of it.
We all did.
Now just answer me why you want it. Mr. Kern, please start me.
I have no comment.
You have no comment why you're for this. No comment. And Mr. Rothwell, what about you?
As I said, it is my goal to start a foundation for a mass disaster plan in place so that if we have a hurricane hit this town.
Let me tell you, I come from the hurricane capital of the
If you're going to
world,
ask me a
Lindenhurst.
question, then let me speak, okay? So this is a great foundation to provide that.
How with a hurricane? I don't get it. I come from Lindenhurst. When we had the last hurricane, we had the National Guard there. We were underwater so bad. How do you feel that these warehouses are going to help a hurricane?
Because our power lines will be down. They will be down for a substantial period of time.
Everybody's power lines were down.
Correct. And battery
No, and these
power
warehouses
storage
aren't going to help
allows
you.
us to distribute power throughout the town in different
That I'm
ways.
sorry, I have to disagree
That's okay,
with
you
you,
can
but
disagree.
I don't understand. You got all these people here that want a moratorium. You got people that couldn't come today because they're physically not capable of standing up for 2 hours. But yet you sit there and you look at us like we're crazy. You're 4 people, or should I say 3, that look like they want it. And look how many people we have here that don't. I mean, think about this. Do not destroy Riverhead. You cannot handle this. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Ralph DeMacy. I also live in Glenwood. This is very simple. Ralph DeMacy.
Thank you.
This is very simple. The area is too congested for this project, period.
Okay, anybody else for comments?
Vittorio, oh, there's someone online?
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead, sir. Sir.
Okay. Good afternoon.
My name is Sid Bale. I'm president of the Wading River Civic Association. I have some brief comments about the public hearing on Bess. Bess. Doesn't that sound like a kindly old grandmother? How can we sort of like, you know, criticize Bess? All right. There was a hearing on this subject matter, or on the Bess, in August. And if you look at the text of both hearings, they're almost identical, although the dates have been changed. That's a positive. In terms of the districts where a Bess facility might be allowed, we have the APZ and residents RA 80. To me, it's a mistake, a big-time mistake, to put one of these facilities in a residentially zoned district or bordering on a residentially zoned district. I've had some experience with a battery operated facility. I live in Wading River. Part of Wading River is in Riverhead, part of it's in Brookhaven. 2019, there was a proposal, a group asked the Civic Association and the local councilwoman, they have council districts in Wading River, in Brookhaven, to sit in, and they talked about a proposal. And one of the things that's kind of interesting about the companies involved, I've never heard of Hexagon before, but they probably never heard of Sid Bale before, so we're probably even on there. But I'm sure there's a lot of money involved in this. This is extremely profitable. If they're successful, they'll sign a power purchase agreement with LIPA or PSE&G, and they will get paid very, very handsomely. And when the young man behind me said that the taxes on the land will increase by 10%, 10 times over what's being paid right now, in my judgment, they're really suggesting to underpay the town, because that's how much money that they are going to be making. They're going to be doing quite well for a very long time. There is no planning study. Barbara Blass pointed this out. No maps, no information. And the difference between the August hearing and the hearing now in December, not much new. Not much new at all. Now, what do we have and don't know about Bess, kindly grandmother Bess? First of all, batteries have been around for a long time. It's not anything new. But what is new is the size and the complexity and the energy density of the systems and of the lithium-ion batteries. You know, in 2019, I remember meeting with the battery storage company, and they said, hey, we'll take you out and show you a battery storage facility. There's one in East Hampton, all right? It's a 5-megawatt facility. And there's another one in Montauk Point, which is a 5-megawatt facility, all right? They're talking about, I believe, a 60 and a 100-megawatt facility. So it's on a different order and a different scale of complexity. Now, as far as like any sort of like danger, by the way, Brookhaven didn't accept the proposal because it was not a permitted use in a residentially zoned area. All right, and so they went away. But I realized there is a need for battery storage, and I wish we had the town of Riverhead approached this in a different, I think, more constructive way through the comp plan, and we can get a different. I think Tim used the expression, getting a different set of eyes on this. Now, the gentleman behind me is very knowledgeable. I can feel the knowledge just pouring out of his head over onto my bald spot, you know, right up here. But he's an employee. I'm not saying he's a dishonorable person. He's an employee of a company that is seeking a very valuable contract. So it would be really good to get a third party or parties who are knowledgeable in that field, and that's something that maybe could come through under the guise of the comp plan. And I think that would be to the betterment of all. So I'm not against battery storage, but the way this is being ran through, it seems like a system. It isn't required, it isn't allowed in the zoning. So what do? You try to create a sort of like constituency for it. You hire some really good attorney, and you know, spend some bucks, and you talk about you know, reducing taxes, whether or not it actually, you know, will reduce taxes. So this is my take on it, and I think the comp plan update, which will give us a chance to ensure environmental standards and safety reviews, I think would be a really great idea, and I look forward to it. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Sid. Anybody else?
Good afternoon. My name is George Bartunek. I live in most North Calverton. And I wasn't going to speak this afternoon, but several people have asked me if I was going to say something, so I feel a little bit obligated. Actually, I was on the town board when we adopted the zoning, the industrial zoning in Calverton. And I've spoken to another town board member who is also a member of that committee, and we wonder if we would have done anything different or differently. And of course, this is an opportunity now at this time for us to impose a moratorium to actually consider some revisions to the industrial zoning at that location. Regarding the current discussion about battery storage, the anaerobic digester, and even the solar farms, this is technology that when we were on the town board, it wasn't even included in the 2003 master plan. I'm sure if we had any consideration of those technologies, that we would have certainly asked for some experts like the consultant that you're asking to take over the update of the master plan. We'd have certainly asked for a pause on any consideration of zoning that might have resulted in some of the problems, concerns that people have at this time. One of the things that's kind of interesting about that town board is that there are now 3 people who are still active in the government at one point or another. That's myself, Barbara Blass, and Ed Doniseski. These are 3 people who sat on that town board, and they are asking you to consider the moratorium, and no consideration of this type of technology until we've had time for the people who are going to take over the update of the master plan to give it due consideration. The interesting thing about those 3 people, and I know you on the town board know Mr. Doniseski. Well, I sat next to Ed for 4 years. I sat next to where Tim is sitting right now. It's where Ed sat for 4 years. I had resolutions about Ed. Ed was a little bit overpowered. At that time, we had 4 people who were on the town board who were more concerned with environmental issues. Ed was the developer. Not the developer, I shouldn't say it that way, but he was a person who was very, very concerned about property rights. And that's something that I learned to respect from Ed. But the point is that now you have a person who's sitting on the planning board, Mr. Dennis Eske, and he is a proponent of asking you to take a pause from any consideration of these technologies to impose a moratorium until we have time to consider these technologies, consider something that can be done so that we don't have the type of development, the type of potential development that, in Calverton that these people are looking at. Thank you very much for your time.
Just a reminder to folks, they'll have an opportunity to speak about a proposed moratorium later in the meeting during the open comment period. We're still in the public hearing portion of the meeting on battery energy storage. Hello again.
Good afternoon again. My name is Barbara Blass. I live in Jamesport, and I'm going to apologize ahead of time because some of these comments are repetitive, but there is a separate public hearing record because there are two different public hearings that are taking place. I wanted this to be part of the appropriate public hearing. The first hearing to provide for battery energy storage systems in our town was held in August. Not much has changed. I didn't support it then, and I don't support it now. Although I fully understand these facilities are viewed as essential to the sustainability and reliability of renewable energy and a vital component to achieve the state's goals of transitioning away from fossil fuel energy production, it is how we are planning for them, or in this case, not planning, that causes me to oppose this zoning amendment today. There is a nexus between zoning and comprehensive plans. New York State law requires that all land use regulations be in accordance with a plan, and this amendment is not in accordance with our adopted plan, the official land use policy of our community, and your guide to land use decisions. If you want to change the plan, there's a process, and that goes beyond having a public hearing on the text. On topic, NYSERDA has a guidance document for municipalities looking to do just this, incorporate clean energy into its comprehensive plan, and it recommends beginning with a planning initiative. That initiative actually started when representatives of the Environment Committee and others requested on the record that our comp plan update include a clean energy chapter with goals, policies, and implementation strategies. And our soon-to-be hired consultants actually acknowledged that. In the addendum to their contract, this is what it says, quote, BFJ will work collaboratively with Lewis McLean Associates to review where existing solar facilities are located, where they could be located, and where it would be most appropriate for these facilities and other renewable energy facilities, such as battery storage, bingo, to be located in the future. That's in the plan. That's in the comp plan. That's in the contract that you're about to approve, I should say. This is the appropriate context and process to determine if, where, and to what extent battery storage systems should be permitted in our town to meet future demands. Why bypass this process? This is going to get a little technical on the seeker and the text specifically. This amendment is on your own motion and is a reaction to applications from private developers. The contemplated action is a type 1 under seeker. Where is the information to support establishing battery energy systems within the APZ, RA80, Industrial A, Industrial C, and the PIP zoning use districts? No map, no empirical information on how many acres of land are eligible for such development, no information on where the potential grid connections are, how many high voltage switch yards we could potentially have, and the associated visual impacts. What is the impact of the increase in lot coverage from 15% to 75% in the agricultural protection zone and the RA80 district north of Sound Avenue to accommodate this industrial use? We haven't even talked about that. How does that affect community character and whether other industrial uses will be requested in these areas once this precedent is set? How does that increase in coverage alter the drainage patterns? How many acres are in groundwater management zone 3, our deep water recharge area? The potential for water contamination from fire suppression activities exists. And this use is being proposed in the planned industrial park district at EPCAL, where efforts continue to secure the necessary funds to bring clean water to nearby residents whose water supply is already contaminated. I reviewed the materials in the energy storage training course for local governments contained in that NYSERDA guide that I mentioned earlier. According to the State Office of Fire Protection and Control, and I'm not saying that these laws would be overlooked, I'm just saying this is what it says in that guidebook. The primary hazards of lithium-ion systems are fire, toxicity, high heat release, and flammable gases. The guidebook cautions lithium-ion batteries contain flammable liquid electrolytes that may ignite and burn rapidly. Fire will produce irritating, corrosive, or toxic gases. For safety, you should stay upwind and be aware that firefighting gear offers protection against heat, but only limited protection against chemicals. An evacuation plan should be implemented within a certain distance of the incident, and I do wonder what an evacuation plan possibly for Glenwood Village would look like. As with logistics warehousing, commercial solar utilities, and anaerobic digesters, battery energy storage systems were neither studied nor contemplated on our plan. We heard that before. And none of these uses should be expanded or incorporated into our zoning code, and no related application should be processed outside of that update plan process. The nexus just doesn't exist. Battery storage systems may have a place in the town of Riverhead, and I believe they do, but it's hard to say where at this point. But I definitely do not support this specific code at this time, and you shouldn't either. Thank you very much for your time.
Good afternoon. Catherine Wheeler from Calverton. Since we heard from the gentleman from Hexon with his sales pitch again, I just wanted to reiterate what I shared at the last board meeting, which was a research study from FEMA and submitted to the board. And just in a nutshell, that research paper again said the research team has subsequently connected small-scale battery failure test results to large-scale fire and explosion consequences associated with these systems. Again, that's BESS. Through this research, one of the biggest lessons learned for the fire service is that the utilities and commercial entities that own large battery systems are equally unfamiliar with the potential fire hazards. As well, there remain many questions about the toxicity of the battery vent gas. I also went on to the Suffolk County Fire Academy website, and I looked for what they have available as far as training goes. And their latest bulletin on lithium-ion batteries is from September 30th, 2022. And they cite smartphones, laptops, toys, e-bikes, e-scooters, and tools. There's really nothing in the training bulletin that talks about large-scale battery storage facilities. So, you know, that's what it's limited to at this point. If we're considering a large-scale battery, you know, it would behoove the county to have in place something already.
They do.
They
I've
do.
spoken to
Well,
the chief of the academy. They do have training in place, yes.
for large-scale batteries?
Yes.
Okay, well, that's not there. And what they suggest that the firefighters' awareness of lithium batteries and fires, use copious amounts of water to extinguish the fire, be aware of thermal runaway, remove the item, because again, they're only talking about toys and e-bikes, remove them from the area, and put them in a non-conductive, like a plastic bucket. So, you know, again, I don't know what they have in place, but I would again, caution that if we have a trained fire marshal to go in and do a code check, what code is there yet from the fire department that they would be looking at? I don't know if one exists. The other thing that you mentioned, you know, this would be a good source of energy if we have a hurricane. From the little that I understand about this, some of the ways that fires do occur in these storage facilities is from water or water leak. So I don't know how much a hurricane or, you know, how that will hinder us, certainly in the town of Riverhead. But clearly, I don't believe we are in any way ready for this type of product. Thank you.
My name is John Cacciola from Foxwood Village. Mr. Rothwell, I got one question for you. Why don't you invite the chief to this meeting, to the next meeting, and tell us about it? Just by him telling you it's okay, he has everything done, you gotta get him up here.
He didn't say it's okay, he said they offer training on it. We need to...
Well, tell him to tell us about what the training is. Him telling you anything is nothing to us.
Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is still Mark Hobner, and I still live in Aquabog, although I have had time to move since we started the meeting. I'm here on my own behalf because I have no friends. Battery energy storage systems are up and coming. They're the next best thing to happen to the energy industry. They may be even better than sliced avocados. But we know more about avocados than we do about energy storage systems right now. Lithium-ion batteries, are one of the 7 types of energy storage systems, and so far the most advanced technology out there. This is not to say that a much more benign flywheel system would not be safer for us, but that technology is quite further down the road. I was plowing through the 2003 comprehensive plan to find some familiar names. Phil Barbado, Sid Bale, Barbara Blass were on the Energy Committee at the time, and I thought if they had an Energy Committee when Thomas Edison was creating our problems, why don't we have one now? Over the last 15 years, I've tried not to get bogged down in the creation of community programs revolving around energy. There's so much work to be done in the materials management, organics recovery, and integration plans for all of these, and I do waste a third of my life sleeping. Here we are, and I'm questioning the following statements that Mr. Stanek made at the last town board meeting, in which he used as a platform for a presentation to Glenwood Village recently. That's in the document that he handed Diane Wilhelm for different reasons. I'm going to say up front that the idea and implementation of battery storage has come of age. We have a giant wind turbine cluster off our coast. We have massive solar farms taking up our land with no other use. And when the wind doesn't blow and the sun doesn't shine, we go back to coal, oil, diesel, and natural gas. Of the 15 peaker plants in Suffolk County, which balance the load and provide energy at peak periods, 6 of them are on the North Fork. 2 in Wading River, 2 in Shoreham, 2 in Southold and Greenport. None of these are running diesel, fossil, carbon fuel, but even natural gas produces harmful toxins. With Long Island being overall a non-attainment area for federal ozone air pollution standards, we could do with some mitigation here. For the rest of the claims Hexagon's representative made, I take issue. My rant is available for public discussion, which we should probably have. I'm going to touch on some of these points now. The words passive, quiet, minimal visual and audible impact on the surrounding residences are shades of the sales pitch we got for industrial solar farms. Each of these issues should be considered separately by an energy committee. We have to sit down together and figure out exactly the quote, what this quote means, creates new long-term tax revenue for Riverhead. But my BS meter pegged when I read the rest of the sentence. Increased by more than 10 times over the current use. Compared to an empty lot pulling $4,000 a year, this would be true. Beneficial to us at $40,000, it is not. I'm going to have to pull the video of Mr. Stanek's presentation, but my poor memory serves me that he claimed that Bess's neighbors would never suffer a blackout and that our electrical rates would go down. Again, the town of Riverhead's Energy Committee would nail these down. But the fires. Arizona's Bess is still in the national energy news after their April 22 disaster. I have to quickly make the point that in risk analysis, you take a low probability event with a very high impact and you make a decision. Commercial aircraft crashes are a prime example, and I suggest that BESS is another. Finally, the $830,000 a year offering Hexagon made slices out like this. If simply paid out to every one of 16,000 households, it'd be $23.75 a year. A year. A bacon cheeseburger with fries and a drink at Friendly's is $21. So we'd have to take turns going out to dinner every other year. And imagine the look from the waitstaff when you said keep the change. I feel like telling Hexagon to keep their change. Just like the anaerobic digester, as a piece of a giant puzzle in our solid waste management plans, the battery electric storage systems of today are a piece of the giant energy production, transmission, and consumption puzzle on which we're now working. 20 years from now, the hundreds of acres of solar panels are going to look oversized and underrated as the technology makes new ones half the size and twice the efficiency. 20 years from now, this 300 megawatts of lithium storage will be replaced by something less extractive or more efficient. It's just the nature of science. If you wait 6 months to buy a laptop, it will not be a worse laptop than you already own. It'll be bigger, smoother, faster, cheaper, better. There's no rush if you think about it. And I hope you find that there's no rush to make a decision on this project if you think about it. Let's get an energy committee put together, wrap it into the 23 comprehensive plan, take a breath while we think about this. We should also think about teaming up with both the town of Southold and the town of Southampton as they're going through public hearings on battery electric storage systems at this very moment. I'm sure we could learn from their research and their experience.
Susan Cacciola, Foxwood Village. My husband just got up here, John, and spoke, and I think Mr. Rottweiler, what he said is true. Can we have the chief from Yaphank come down and explain this to us? And also, you said he is training the firemen. What firemen is he training? Is he training?
That's not what I said.
Okay, I'm confused.
Well, let me explain.
Go ahead.
The Suffolk County Fire Department offers fire training to all fire departments within Suffolk County.
Correct.
They have done battery-powered storage training. There are facilities out in East Hampton where they have participated and offered training to the fire departments out in East Hampton town.
Correct.
If we pass legislation here, we can request training for our fire departments and they will set it up. And so they will coordinate training based on projects, site plans, things like that of nature to provide proper training for it. That's,
okay.
I can't speak for the fire academy to see whether or not they're going to come
all departments do go
here.
to Suffolk County for training. Lindenhurst Fire Department comes out to Yaphank for their training. But are they specifically training for a fire of this magnitude?
Not if it's not in their town, not if it's not, right now, we don't have it in our town, so none of our fire department are taking that training. Because it's not in our town. But if we should pass legislation beginning to allow it, then we should absolutely request training. And I'm certain that the fire departments within our town would
Now I have another
request that.
question. Riverhead Volunteer Fire Department. How many volunteers are there? How many volunteers does Riverhead have? How many of those volunteers hold full-time jobs and can't always make fires? We know that. Those are the questions people have. And you're just throwing out a fact there that's floating on very shaky waters. We could take the training. How many firemen do we have? Well, how many volunteer firemen do we have that are willing to take this training? And are they going to offer it at night? Because we know our volunteers do work. That's why it's called volunteer.
Fire training is offered at night, yes.
And how many volunteer firemen do we have in the town of Riverhead?
I don't know that.
Well, could you find out for us and take a survey and ask them how many are willing to fight this big fire that's going to destroy Glenwood and everything around it? These are the questions that people have. You three sit there like you're annoyed to death with us. I see it on your faces. Well, look, I have better things I'd rather do than sit here and argue with you about something that should not even be on the agenda. Give us the moratorium and let's end this. This is ridiculous.
All right,
thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Pat Aiken. I'm a resident of Windcrest East in Calverton. I want to express my opinion that you have done a grave disservice to your voters by scheduling a meeting of such grave importance at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, a week before Christmas, when people cannot take time off from work to attend. This is skewing to look as if it's nothing but older people who care. I would say there are many very young families who have a great stake in this, who would like to be here to express their opinion, but cannot. We're also contemplating complex zoning and code changes coupled with a massive warehouse development. You have not provided any of your constituents or voters in this room with appropriate visualization and information so that we can intelligently comprehend these decisions that you are talking about. We're concerned residents and voters. We are not professional planners. We are not municipal officials. We deserve to have this information in a manner in which we can understand and comprehend it. And furthermore, this will affect not just the residents in the immediate area, this will affect all taxpayers and voters in the town of Riverhead. The impact on traffic will be felt as it will stifle traffic going out to the East End. I have friends and relatives who won't come out here already because of the traffic. This will only exacerbate that and make it so much worse. Taking all the comments you have heard, it would be a grave disservice to the voting public to put these changes through without a moratorium and without, we deserve to have all these issues considered in a coherent and comprehensive manner in a well-done, well-thought-out, comprehensive plan that is not rushed through to accommodate development that will not benefit all of us. Thank you.
My name is Christopher Bagliori. I live in Glenwood. I'd like to let Mr. Rothwell finish what he was trying to say, how the energy would be diverted in a hurricane, because it's not when we get, if we get a catastrophic hurricane, it's when. If the poles are down and the wires are down, how would they distribute energy to the community? Like I said, there will be a major storm, and people will be much more aggravated when they don't have power for 7 days, no gasoline, no nothing, than they are right now. So how would the power get to the homes when the lines and the wires are down?
Because you could begin to restore individual parts of the town. So you take the grid as a whole instead of like main lines being down.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
We'll talk afterwards if you want. I'll go with you.
Yeah, I'd like to be educated on how that happens, because you have to look at the other.
I will gladly stay and speak with you.
Well, you're not letting him say it.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Gico. I live in Foxwood Village. I grew up in this whole area my whole life. I was a fireman and a captain of the ambulance in West and East Cork. I don't know if anybody remembers, but the factory on Elton, back in maybe the 70s, 80s, was a military metal processing plant. They had a fire. Every department in this area had to find Purple K and run it over here to Riverhead to help put that fire out. Now, you've got lithium batteries that are 4 pounds in an electric bike, 300 pounds maybe in a car, and I think Riverhead had a huge fire when they were storing cars from Sandy at Grumman's and ignited a whole bunch of cars. They had to fight that fire to put those batteries out. And who in their right mind is going to have a container at their house to shave their carrot peelings and fat and chicken bones and collect it? Who's going to collect it? And at what cost? I don't understand why we're pursuing such things as an aerobic eater when they're talking about hundreds of thousands of tons that they need to make this thing active, and there isn't enough people in this area that's going to collect 20 pounds of garbage.
Okay, John, do we have anybody online?
Yes, we have a number.
We have somebody coming up online talking.
Yes, good afternoon, Mike Foley, Reeves Park. Can I be heard okay, Devin?
Yes, we can hear you, Mike.
Thank you. There's an awful lot of smart people, a lot smarter than me are in that room right now. And discussing a public hearing on Zoom is problematic because it's very difficult to ask questions, get answers, and to go back and forth. And I'm not looking to do that. But I am interested in some of the logistics on the placement of the present battery storage, substations in our footprint. And I don't know if Adam or Matt or anybody else would know, but it was discussed that there was a substation north of Sound Avenue by Harb's Farm. Do any of you two gentlemen know exactly how many feet north of Sound Avenue that substation exists and when it might have been installed?
It's not, I know which one it is. It's not that far up. It's where the tower is, Mike. There's a tower there. That's where the substation is, and that's been there for at least 21, 22 years.
Thank you.
Probably
well, that brings about a problem with that substation. As Sound Avenue, as everybody knows, is a historic corridor.
Mike, we just lost your audio. Mike, we cannot hear you anymore.
Well, I don't.
We got you
there
now.
you go.
We got you
That's
back.
something. I look like can you hear me now?
Yes, we have you now.
Wonderful, thank you. Again, I have no idea why that happened, but the substation has been there for 20 years. Obviously was built when the historic Sound Avenue corridor was given its designation, because that happened almost 50 years ago. So I hope, looking at the 1,000-foot parameters that are being discussed right now, and I know that Adam mentioned he wanted a 2,500-foot abeyance so that it could open up one or two more parcels in the zoning as it exists. Would never be contemplated having anything like a battery storage system within sight of our historic rural corridor on Sound Avenue. All of this being said, it seems like we're jumping through hoops, and not just us, but the developer, the applicant, is jumping through hoops, looking to get within 1,000 feet of existing substations. Is there any reason why we can't go to PSE&G and say we now are planning a planned industrial park and EPCAL within a zone in Calverton, that all of these things that we don't want in our neighborhoods could be placed in that area. The substation could be created to take on that energy, and we could alleviate the eyesores, the safety hazards, and everything else from anything that was unfortunately designated as residential and industrial at the same time. It seems to me that in 2003, when that happened, there was so much open space that there was never a contemplation of having an electrical storage area or a warehouse, for that matter, interspersed within eye distance of these residential areas. I don't know what the cost is of a substation, but I do know if we're talking about renewable energy for decades to come, it's real important that we don't make spot zoning exceptions to the detriment of the people that live here. Thank you.
John, somebody else on Zoom? Great.
Kathy McGraw from Northville. I said it before, and thanks to you, I have the opportunity to say it again. It makes no sense to push ahead with zoning code changes for battery storage systems and anaerobic digesters the very same day you plan to adopt a resolution to hire BFJ to complete the update to the town's comprehensive plan. Back in August, when you were interviewing the consultants to finish the update, you asked them all about their expertise with priority areas that needed to be updated in the plan. You specified solar energy, battery storage systems, anaerobic digesters, and TDRs. Mr. Kern and Supervisor Aguiar and others described these as critical areas to be addressed in the update. BFJ took you at your word and included all these things in their scope of work, just as Barbara Blass pointed out earlier. And you are about to vote to pay them $422,000 to perform that work. Why? Why on earth are you paying them to study and plan for land uses that you have already moved forward on by proposing new zoning codes to implement these uses? I ask you this question, and I believe all the people in this room would like an answer. It's a total waste of taxpayer money to have BFJ study and plan for these land uses when you have decided you neither need or want their expertise. As Mr. Kern likes to say, let's get the shovel in the ground. It is negligent at best, and I would call it gross mismanagement of our money to pay BFJ to study and make recommendations about these matters that you will have already handled with these code changes. Take a cue from our neighboring town of Southold. They do a very good job there. They recently halted action on a battery storage system so they could step back, study this new land use, plan, and get it right for their town. Why can't you do the same? And your haste to make these changes makes no rational sense whatsoever. As has been pointed out, holding this hearing in the middle of the holiday season, when not only is Mr. Bayrod not there, the supervisor isn't there. It's a real slap in the face to all those in the room, as well as those who couldn't be there, and it underscores your complete lack of responsiveness to those you serve. Developers may fill your campaign coffers, but you are ultimately answerable to those who elect you. We are asking you, pause, withdraw the pending zoning code proposals, and let BFJ earn their $422,000, studying and planning where best and how best to incorporate battery storage systems and anaerobic digesters into this town. They're the experts. You are not. In drafting code changes, why are you so willing to rely on the developers who are here for one reason and one reason only, to get tax breaks and make lots of money? It should be BFJ, the town planner, and the planning department, with input from the public, advising you and planning for these new land uses. We ask that you stop. Let the experts, whom we the taxpayers are paying to do their job, let them do their job before you move forward with zoning changes in this town. I suspect if Supervisor Aguiar, Mr. Kern, and Mr. Rothwell lived in Calverton, you wouldn't be rushing headlong as you are doing today, helping out developers, ignoring the voice of the people who are there in front of you. And Mr. Hubbard, I believe, would have the votes he needs to implement the moratorium we're asking for and need so that we can update the comp plan. Thank you very much.
John, do we have anybody else online? One more?
There's a Scott from East Point Energy.
Okay. Looking to comment on battery energy storage? Okay, great.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, my name is Scott Connick. I work with a company called East Point Energy. Not a citizen of Riverhead, but wanted to provide a few comments on the battery code and the lively discussion we've had. And apologies for not being able to come in person. First, I want to start out by saying that we're not affiliated with any of the folks who have already spoken today. We're independent and working on our own, although we are also based in Virginia. A little bit of background on East Point. So we develop grid-scale battery storage projects, standalone projects on the East Coast, and are developing projects on Long Island. And my comment really is to commend the board for taking this issue head on. And having listened to all this, I understand it's a difficult issue to tackle, but for creating this ordinance and would encourage you to pass it. Our projects take a long time to develop. A typical timeline for these can be 3 to 5 years. And in order to do that, it's important to have a structure in place, like the code that's being proposed, to get the process rolling, and so that companies can make long-term investments into communities that provide a host of benefits. And hear loud and clear some of the comments that have been made already. But I think in many ways that the code being proposed is actually very smart. It draws from a wide range of state and industry standards. It gives the town an opportunity to really get into the weeds on any project, because there is that special permit process for any project. And it gives the town the discretion to reject any project that comes its way. And that's a really important check to make sure that projects are sited in appropriate locations. Demand for electricity is increasing. Electric vehicles, heat pumps, and other things that are proliferating, and having battery storage is really important for reliability, especially on Long Island, which is isolated. And there's a host of other benefits, and I won't go into detail on any of these, but increased tax revenue, clean energy, helping make electricity more affordable, and when cited correctly, safe and minimal impacts.
Can you speak up, please, because we can't hear you. People are talking over you.
Would you like me to go back or just keep?
No, you can go forwards. Just get closer to the microphone so that.
Just speak a little louder, that's all.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, I'll continue. And batteries are really good at managing peak demand of electricity, which tends to be the highest cost in most polluting periods. So that's most of what I had to say. I think that the code does strike a balance between taking...
Folks, you all had a chance to speak. It's now this gentleman's turn to speak.
So we'll just pause until it's quiet.
He's allowed to speak on the public hearing just the way you folks were. Yes, that's the way it works. That is the way it works.
Folks, we won't continue until it's quiet, that's all. So we either talk over it, but it's just going to take us longer. So allow the gentleman to speak, please.
Go ahead,
Thank
sir,
you.
you can continue.
And I think this process would bring some order to the procedures, which is helpful for everybody involved, making sure that there's a clear process so that things can be checked and balanced. And I think that the code is forward-thinking, and really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else online, John?
The only thing I had is to 8, Trans 880.
Okay. Anybody else to comment on the battery energy storage system public hearing?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Glenn Serrato. I live in Glenwood Village. And I think the entire concept of the Lion battery plant next to Glenwood, especially Circlewood, is unconscionable. I keep hearing about the economics of these things, how it may help, how it may not help. I think it's BS. What do you value a human life at? How are you going to plan an evacuation of Glenwood Village, especially around Circlewood, where the people are barely ambulatory now? How the hell are we going to get them out of there? This whole thing is absolutely absurd, unconscionable, and if you guys don't put a stop to it, the blood is on your hands. Thank you.
So once again, we'll mention that this hearing does not pertain to the project near Mill Road or near Glenwood Village, and that this particular legislation does not allow it there. So that project is not proceeding with this legislation. Go ahead.
Okay, anybody else?
Yes, my name is Takwi Turchin, Calverton Civic President. There's a lot to say. A lot of it has been said. The reason people are talking about Glenwood and the project from Mr. Stanek, who's standing behind me, who's already presented today during this hearing, is that they want you to know that we don't want it through special permit. Doesn't matter if it doesn't go in the code. We don't want it at all in special permit. Don't spend the time from our resources with our town trying to present a project like that. It doesn't belong there. It doesn't belong having our attention and your attention and the planning board's attention and the attention of our planning department. That's the point. So not to be argumentative, but to be solid on this point, Mr. Rothwell. I'm speaking directly to what you objected to.
Again, this legislation does not pertain to the gentleman's project standing behind you, and it does not allow it. If this legislation is passed, the gentleman standing behind you knows that his project is not allowed. It does not include the R40 zone. Is that correct, Matthew? Thank you.
In that being correct, he can also apply for a special permit or a variance?
No.
At all?
Correct.
Then why is he here?
He was asking earlier to make amendments to it, and as I stated earlier, that in order to make amendments to this legislation, there would be a new public hearing and new amendments would have to be addressed in the future. But he knows his project doesn't pertain to this code right now. It does not allow it.
Thank you for making that abundantly clear to us here in the room and to Mr. Stanek.
Okay.
We do have these signs. This is the reason why we're here. We don't want a moratorium, but we don't want any more new projects until the comp plan. We're using this venue of a public hearing in order to send that message home. I heard Mr. Hubbard mention it today, and he mentioned it in verbatim of what we feel is important. And we're not up here for a political stance. It's just on this issue, we're hearing the important words coming out of his mouth. And I want it to go onto the record that we agree with that. And I think you can hear the people in the audience clapping, and that's wonderful. But I wanted to make that abundantly clear. In my hand, oh boy, is our petition. This is just what was signed today. Our petition has 400-plus signatures of residents in Riverhead, not just Calverton, Baiting Hollow. We're educating ourselves because we had to. There was resentment in the room. And the reason is the public trust is being breached. The residents have felt, why would the town board do anything like that? No, they're going to take care of us. This hazard vest is so we can protect ourselves. That's the level of frustration in this room, at home, on Zoom, and the balance of the 400 people that aren't here today. In addition, I'd like to request that the folks who weren't able to come up to the microphone and register their names on the previous public hearing on AD for the same reason. No new projects. That public hearing was shut down, and I was out in the hallway. I would like to ask that the folks who would like to put their name on the record be able to come forward and simply say that and state their one statement and walk across the room and leave. Why am I asking for that? Because no public hearing record tells how many people are in the room. And rather than taking 4 more hours to have each one of these people speak, maybe it would be a good idea if you allowed them get on the record to say their name, their hamlet, and what their statement is, and it can be done in a matter of 10 seconds, and the whole process will be finished.
Okay, Taku, we had the open comment period for the previous hearings, as you know. Those opportunities came and went. Many folks had the opportunity to speak. And we do have a whole agenda that we need to continue to get through here on the rest of this meeting. So we're going to continue to remain on the battery energy storage public hearing. If anybody else wants to comment on that, they're welcome to do that. Beyond that, we're going to move forward with the agenda.
Okay, what does it mean beyond that?
Beyond that, the rest of the meeting that we have. The
Okay, so they're welcome to come up and do what I asked, yeah?
The open comments on the resolutions, the open comment period at the end of the meeting. We have additional pieces of this meeting we want to get through, so everybody can have an opportunity to speak if they wish, but we just need to do this in sequence. So we're not going to go back to the other public hearing.
I understand,
That's
and
how
I
I
didn't
understood
ask that. What I'm asking, I'm just recognizing that it didn't happen for the last one, and I thank you very much
Okay,
because...
I think people had an opportunity to speak, but maybe
No.
there were some folks.
No.
Okay.
No.
All right.
I'm not meeting argumentative, but I'm not going to have those words be put into my
Okay, but
mouth.
I think we did have
They
a
did not
productive and
speak.
a
They
robust
came up here to put their
conversation.
names on the record, and you stopped it.
Okay. Well, we had a robust conversation. There was plenty of opportunity to offer comment. And if you were in the hall, then that's unfortunate, but I think you had an opportunity to speak as well. So we'd like to move forward with the meeting. Do you have any additional comments you want to offer at
Yes,
this
we'd like
time?
for the residents of Calverton and Bating Hollow to organize and logically
long
and
as it's
thoughtfully come
related
on
to
up here.
this public hearing.
It is related to this public hearing for the very reason of no new projects. We have to use this context because you don't listen to us,
I think
and
we're
we don't
listening.
want you here conducting more of these public hearings. They're a waste of your time and our resources. So thank you very much for allowing us.
Okay.
Melinda Bantle, Calverton. Melinda Bantle, Calverton.
Just right into the microphone.
Right, say it into the mic.
Melinda Bantle, Calverton. I'm here to address that we have no new projects, that we put a moratorium, and that we plan.
This isn't the right time for this.
That's
okay?
what we were told to
We're
do.
not discussing projects,
And
we're
this-
discussing
and
the
this goes to Ms.
legislation.
Churchin's point too.
I was just asked to come up, so that's what I was
This is a
doing.
public hearing on legislation relating to battery energy storage systems.
Can you guys please clarify something for me? If this is not going to affect Glenwood, if this is not going to affect Glenwood, as you say, there's nothing as the proposal for Glenwood,
The code
What are
as
we-
drafted does not permit these types of facilities in the location that
okay.
Hexagon is proposing.
And that's what a lot of people here, they're concerned about. So what would be the process if that was about to change and we need to, so it's right now that can't be done over there, is that correct?
First-
Because I don't
first-
understand why he submitted 100 signatures, if that
Okay.
can't be done.
Okay,
But
so-
what he was asking for is to amend the legislation that we've proposed. And I made clear earlier, the only way to do that would to begin exactly what we're doing tonight, to hold a new public hearing.
At a different
with-
time.
Yeah, and he would be asking to allow that area, the R40 area, to be considered within the legislation.
So-
Right now, it is not considered in the legislation.
So we would have to be notified and have another opportunity to come here if it was getting further along as the project in that place. Is that correct?
Correct.
He would have to change town code, town rule law, which would be done by a public hearing, so yes.
And we'd be able to come and discuss our views against it?
Yes.
Yes.
I think we've settled everything here, and that's not even a question. Thanks.
Okay. Eric, we good to go on a resolution?
Claudette Bianco, Calverton, Bating Hollow. I do have a question. If that battery storage legislation doesn't apply to Glenwood and the other areas we talked about, where does it apply?
It's town code. It applies, it sets an agenda throughout the town, but there's no specific project. There are no battery-powered storage projects that are put in line based on this legislation.
Matt, just bring the mic up so they can hear you, please.
We're answering your questions, ma'am.
Yeah, I'm just answering the question. So the Tier 2 battery storage systems would be allowed as proposed in the Industrial A, Industrial C, Planned Industrial Park, Agricultural Protection, and Residence A80. That's for the Tier 2 systems. The Tier 1 system, which is the smaller system, which is, mostly an accessory to your single-family home, would be allowed in any zoning use district. So that's like a Tesla battery pack that would attach to the side of your house. There's a distinction between the two kinds that addresses, the code addresses both. I think most people are concerned about the larger systems, which is, again, Industrial A, Industrial C, Planned Industrial Park, Agricultural Protection, and Residence A80, not
Matt, the tier ones are designed just to power a home, right?
Correct. Yes.
It's just an alphabet soup. It doesn't make a lot of sense to uneducated people in that area. Okay. For more than 2 years, our residents and civic association has spoken out against massive industrial building planned for Calverton, and we asked for a moratorium. We've cited reasons including environmental impact, water usage, traffic, noise, and light pollution. We've gotten little respect and no action when we asked you to stop the destruction of our community. Your reluctance to act is arbitrary and capricious and inexcusable. Although it had been discussed at a recent work session, it was ultimately decided to draft 2 versions of only a 6-month moratorium. One would allow exceptions for benign uses in order to increase the tax base. All of the prior building in Riverhead has increased the tax base, but it hasn't lowered anybody's taxes. Making exceptions will only encourage possible litigation for disparate treatment and is against the advice of your own attorney and planning board. A full 12-month blanket moratorium on all industrial building must be enacted to allow for proper planning, which of late has been non-existent, and for the comprehensive plan to determine the best path forward. Despite comments made to the contrary, none of the applicants are vested yet. As you drag your feet, applications are moving forward despite our objections, inching ever closer to the point where they will be vested. At the same time, the planning department must continue accepting new applications. We need you to show leadership and resolve and make the difficult choices to avoid catastrophic and permanent damage. You all look a little bored. I'm sorry if it's
Ma'am, that's because you're not
not
talking
exciting.
about the public hearing that's happening.
Okay.
You have to
I'm
stay
getting
with
to that
battery.
part.
These comments are
I'm
supposed to
getting
be
to
about
that
the public
part.
hearing.
Well, it's
Okay?
coming.
Okay, thank you.
We also asked you to wait until the comprehensive plan is updated before zoning changes are made that are necessary to allow for and regulate the installation of an anaerobic digester and 2 battery storage units as permitted uses. Instead, the changes were put on the agenda for today's public hearing. I understand what you just said, that it doesn't apply. But decisions of this magnitude should not be made in a vacuum. We have to live with the consequences of your decisions. Another decision this board recently made was to pass a budget with a 3.51% increase, nearly doubling the 2% cap at a time when the rate of inflation is the highest in 40 years. Many people are struggling just to put food on the table. This was not the time to go over the cap. It is abundantly clear that this board is out of touch with its constituency. Your actions of late are astounding, troublesome, and leave us wondering who you actually represent. Public hearings, here we go, Mr. Howard. Public hearings are scheduled for the sake of transparency and are a legal requirement. But you're not really hearing the public. You're listening to developers who have taken full advantage of your dysfunction and your inactions and decided Riverhead is the place where they can do whatever they want, building with reckless abandon. Making campaign contributions to members of the board while having applications before the town is tangible proof of an insidious alliance. Developers will be getting tax breaks and sweetheart deals while we and future generations will pay for it. Either you do not comprehend the gravity of this situation, or you just don't care about our hamlet and its future. Well, we are here to say no. Developers will not dictate how our neighborhoods will look. We, the taxpayers and residents will decide what path we take into the future and who will guide us there. You can rest assured that if these megastructures are built, they will destroy our rural landscape, and it will define your legacy.
Do we have anybody else who wants to comment on the public hearing for battery energy storage systems? If you get up and start talking, you will not be able to complete what you're going to say. You have plenty of time at this meeting to talk about the moratorium. I want to hear it, trust me. But this, we have to run things in an orderly fashion. This is just solely about the public hearing on battery energy storage systems. Once we're done with that, we do our resolutions. After our resolutions are done, that microphone is opened up for anything you want to discuss. Well, let's please keep it in order. I appreciate everybody coming out. We want to hear you. Well, let's do it in an orderly fashion. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Judy Ogieko. I'm going to spell that for you so you don't confuse it with Ojicas. It's Ogiejko. I live in Foxwood Village in Calverton. And my question, without regard to where a battery storage unit may or may not end up, are the four designations that you made, the zoning designations, would Glenwood or could Glenwood fall into one of those? No? Okay, that's all I wanted to know. That's what I needed to clear up.
They're talking about on Mill Road, that they want to propose their facility. If this resolution should get passed, this would not allow them to put that there on that property.
Okay, that's what I wanted to.
Would not be included in the zoning for this resolution.
Okay, yes, because, you know, when you talk about the designations,
right?
You know, they're codes. And they,
oh, they
you know,
are.
they
Trust
just,
me, I still have to go to the book and look up half of them to
they don't.
remind myself.
You know,
sure.
Certainly with me, they didn't resonate as to where those might be.
Right. No, I get it. I get it.
Thanks.
Okay, anybody else for battery energy storage?
Adam Stanek, Hexagon Energy. I just want to make a brief comment on battery safety, specifically that's relevant to the code.
Folks, this is a public hearing. Everybody is entitled to speak, whether we agree or disagree with them. We have to hear them. We have to hear them. I'm just going to ask you for your cooperation here. Thank you. Yes, he already spoke.
Taki, you spoke a few times also.
So we didn't stop you. We're not going to stop him. Go ahead.
Just want to go on the record, address some of the safety concerns associated with whether it's our project or other batteries proposed under this code. So we've worked closely with some of the best battery technology and safety experts in the industry, some of which are going to speak later today. And we just want to share with you what we've learned so you're confident we'd be a safe neighbor. Three categories I want to really quickly talk through: prevention, detection, and mitigation. So battery safety for us starts with prevention, selecting the safest chemistry. We studied previous battery fires before selecting a safe battery storage system for our proposed project in Riverhead. And our research showed the vast majority of historical lithium-ion battery fires occurred in systems with the NMC chemistry. And because of this, we selected a LFP battery chemistry, which is lithium iron phosphate. LFP batteries are less volatile and significantly safer than NMC because they store half the amount of energy by weight. What this lower energy output to weight ratio means is that LFP batteries have a higher heat tolerance, as much as 108 degrees Fahrenheit higher than NMC. When battery cells overheat, I want to acknowledge transparently, when battery cells overheat, they can go into something called thermal runaway. Thermal runaway occurs when a lithium-ion cell enters an uncontrollable self-heating state. But a higher heat threshold gives LFP batteries a much broader safe operating capacity. drastically reducing the risk of thermal runaway. Underwriter Laboratories' 9548 field test proves it is very, very difficult for a fire to propagate from one individual LFP cell to another, meaning that if one cell catches fire, the fire will not spread to other cells in the battery unit. UL tests the majority of products in our homes, as many of you may recognize and remember as you see tags in your homes for our various appliances we use, toasters, microwaves, and other things. You'll most likely see the UL logo. It indicates that it meets or exceeds their safety standards, and Powen's battery system, like the one we proposed for our project, down to the cell level, has undergone this rigorous testing with UL and been approved. We also want to just note that choosing the right partner with a track record of safety is what we prioritize here, and it's one of the most effective preventative steps we can do to ensure the safety of the Riverhead community. Seeing their impeccable track record, we have selected Powen to provide our energy storage system. Powen's carefully designed every aspect of their battery energy systems by incorporating redundant fail-safes, using only LFP chemistry, and monitoring their systems around the clock. Powen has a long track record of safe operation with over a decade of experience building more than 3,000 megawatt hours, that's 3 gigawatt hours of systems, with another 10,000 megawatt hours coming online in the next 5 years, culminating in over 500,000 hours of incident-free operations. I mean, they've never had a safety incident in all of their operations. Many of the nation's largest utilities, which focus on safety first, trust and use Powen systems, including Southern Power, Dominion Energy, Inventorgy, Portland's General Electric, EDF, and other utilities. A key piece of prevention is designing for safety. Powen's design prioritizes safety above everything. Each row of energy storage cabinets is spaced a minimum of 8 feet apart to increase airflow and ventilation. Each modular battery stack is encased in a 5-foot by 8-foot by 10-foot metal cabinet with its own HVAC cooling system. The HVAC sits atop each cabinet and cycles air through the entire system 6 to 8 times per minute during normal operations. Within every stack, there are 3 layers of separation or isolation: the cell, the module, and the enclosure. The system is continuously monitored at the cell level. Judicious design ensures that a fire cannot propagate from one cell or cabinet to another. Moreover, in their 9548 field testing, Powen was required in the testing to force one stack operating at full power into thermal runaway with a blowtorch, and still cabinets only inches apart did not enter thermal runaway, but in fact only reached 68.79 degrees Celsius. This is far below the temperature at which cell venting or thermal runaway occurs, which is over 140 degrees Celsius. In addition, Powen, Hexagon's partnering with the Energy Safety Response Group. ESRG is comprised of former firefighters and police officers who train first responders on proper response to battery fires. ESRG also acts as a third-party consultant to ensure our site design meets the rigorous National Fire Protection Association, that's NFPA, safety requirements for utility-scale battery energy storage systems. Next is detection. Now, if their thermal event or abnormal conditions would occur, automated responses are automatically triggered to inhibit escalation. Powen systems are monitored for voltage, temperature, and current every 4 seconds, 24/7. If a cell should fail, many layers of preventative detection and alarms alert Powen's 24/7 remote operations center. Any stack operating outside of normal parameters is immediately shut down and disconnected from the rest of the system and all electrical power. This prevents a fire before the cell even gets close to thermal runaway. Lastly, mitigation. In the event of an abnormal battery activity, emergency HVAC ventilation automatically kicks in to cycle air at an increased rate, removes gases, which are primarily hydrogen, from the failed cell, and prevents pressurization. This overly cautious and highly responsive ventilation system for each cabinet makes a fire incident extremely unlikely. Powen has conducted extensive testing on its systems, and its design ensures even in the extremely unlikely event of a battery cell catching fire, the cell will not spread from one cell or cabinet to another. Each cabinet is also equipped with heat-activated sprinklers that turn on automatically to suppress heat or flame. Because of the numerous layers of mitigation, the fire remains contained within a single cabinet until extinguished without requiring any outside firefighting intervention. Despite the low risk, we are committed to train and prepare the Riverhead Fire Department and are partnering with ESRG to ensure local response teams have the education and training to safely respond to a battery fire. Powen also provides a first responder HMI system that interacts directly with first responders to describe the situation, status of each module, and emergency procedures required. HMI system provides a way to contact Powen's remote operations center team. In closing, just put things in perspective. While we acknowledge there will always be risks with any technology or any industrial project, we are working our hardest to ensure the lowest risk posed to the Riverhead community. We're utilizing careful prevention measures, sophisticated monitoring detection technology, and the most advanced mitigation tools on the market. These layers of safety are proven in other communities and utilities around the country. With that, I'd like to invite up Paul Rogers from ESRG as a 25-year veteran of the New York City Fire Department to comment as an expert on battery safety.
No, he's got to wait. Hey, excuse me. I think there's a line of people that have been waiting. They've been standing and waiting.
Okay, anybody else?
Next up for the batteries,
Battery energy
storage.
We're still on the battery public hearing.
So then,
Anybody else?
Batteries only.
Batteries not included.
My name is Anthony Melia. I live in Foxwood. I don't think we're actually prepared for solar and battery energy at this time. We have a long ways to go with it. And if a battery should catch fire, I know about some of them. That in California, a car, Tesla, caught fire. It took the fire department 6 hours to put the car out. You're talking about a facility. And I don't know how many fire engines or materials you would need to put that fire out. I don't care what they're saying right now. It's still not the right thing to do right now. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Eve Melia. I'm also a resident of Foxwood Village, Calverton. A new resident, so it's a little upsetting to hear about all this stuff going on. I think there's no reason why you wouldn't do a moratorium to go into the battery storage issue as well as all the other issues. And if this meeting doesn't convince you of that, then you shouldn't be sitting there.
Good afternoon, Steve Cool. I live in Timber Park, Calverton. People are usually trying to tell me to be quiet. I'm surprised about this. Again, Steve Cool. I'm a resident of Timber Park, Calverton. I'll make this short and sweet. I actually wasn't going to comment at all on the batteries because, although I don't think I want them in my town, it wasn't too close to me. It's down the road from me, so I didn't think it was my thing to speak about it. But after listening to the gentleman talk, the gentleman representing the company who was going to construct the battery terminals, he sounded a lot like, I'm sure, the guy in Chernobyl and the guy at 3 Mile Island spent a lot of time talking to their people like that. You know, you got all these rules and nothing's going to go wrong, so hang in there. I'm sorry, you'd have to convince me, even though I don't live that close. My point is evident, extremely evident, by looking and listening to this crowd today, that a moratorium has to happen. It needs to put in place. Battery storage needs to be studied much, much more closely. So do all the other things we described today. So I request strongly to the town board to please enact a moratorium, and not just enact a moratorium, but once we have that in place, don't just let it elapse, whether it's 6 months or a year or 18 months later. Just don't let the time go by. Spend that time researching all these things that need to be researched so that we have a confident plan going forward for this town. We have an awesome town, and I don't want to see it get wasted. So please, do the right thing on this moratorium. Thank you for your time.
My name is Kathleen Murray, and I live in Windcrest East in Calverton. And I'm here to say that I oppose the battery storage facility and any new projects without a comprehensive plan. Moratorium now.
Good afternoon. My name is Louise Abate.
Come up to the mic a little closer.
I said, good afternoon.
My name is Louise Abate. I live in Calverton. I've lived in Calverton for 18 years, and I absolutely love it. It would break my heart to see it just, excuse me, my heart's going. It would break my heart to see it going the way, on this current path. Please do what we can to stop this and any future projects. We need a moratorium, and we need it now to proceed. Thank you.
My name is Richard Cole. I live in Foxwood Village. I'm here requesting not a 6-month, not a 12-month, but an 18-month moratorium, and also that the master plan be revised to make sure that anything that is done in the future is done thoughtfully and without harm to the people of the village. Thank you.
Just a reminder, yeah. Go ahead, yeah.
Go.
Battery energy storage only. That's it.
That's all we're talking about right now.
Moratorium, battery energy
Comments about a
storage
moratorium
only.
are for later. Okay, great. Just wanted to clarify.
Frank Cavallaro, President of the HOA at Windcrest East. I just want to say about the batteries. I watched something on the news where electric school bus with lithium batteries caught fire in Connecticut, and they couldn't put it out. The fire department was there, and they just let it continually burn. I have no idea how many days it took. And then there was another incident where a car with a lithium battery caught fire, and they couldn't get it out. So finally, they lifted the car with a crane, and they put it in a dumpster filled with water, and that extinguished the fire. But amazing, hours later, when they lifted the car out, it started fire again. So I really think we should wait till the technology, I don't think the fire departments knows how to put these out yet. Because I see in the city, these little bicycles, batteries that have gone up and exploded and have killed at least 8 people this year and have really caused a lot of damage, destroyed apartments and homes because of it. So I think further study needs to be done on it. So I oppose the batteries. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Anthony Jacaruso, Jacaruso. I'm a resident of Calverton. I'm a resident of Calverton, and I'm here to protest the commercialization of some of these industries that are in the area. I don't want to see a toxic industry next to my residence. If that gingerbread house represents our residents, I also don't want to see commercial traffic going back and forth. How would that look with tractor trailers going in front of
battery
those
energy storage
residential
only.
homes? Please, a moratorium, and remember, we're here as voters. Take that into consideration when you make your decision. Thank you.
Next for battery energy storage only.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Paul Rogers. I'm here to speak about battery energy storage, fire safety only. Just fire safety. So I've been involved with this for a very, very long time. I worked with the New York City Fire Department, and in 2013, I was pulled offline to go to headquarters to work on these projects that were coming into New York City, utility scale energy storage systems. The codes at that time did not address the dangers properly. So we did a lot of work on it. It took us almost 4 years to approve a project. But what we did is we started to draft a code. One of the big things that we did in New York City is that we asked them to prove and validate safety of their system. And just like the concerns of everyone here, we were terribly concerned about this going into New York City with a dense urban environment. So we held the manufacturers' feet to the fire saying, prove your safety and validate it. So what they did is they came up with a standard which is called UL 9548 testing. It's a methodology. It's the only industry that uses lithium-ion batteries that have such rigorous testing. Car manufacturers don't have it, consumer products don't have it, energy storage systems have it. It's a very high bar. If you don't pass that test, you cannot come into New York State. That's how the fire code is written. The fire code is written that if that test is not completed and the results are not there, these systems cannot be installed in any municipality throughout New York State. I was involved with helping New York State Department of State Codes and Standards put this code in place. It's a very, very big thing to change a code in the state. They wound up taking this code and using it prior to the actual, it was a 2021 International Fire Code. I worked on that code with a lot of other experts. And I talked to the state. The state was ready to adopt it in 2019. Even though it was a 2021 code, it was canned and ready to go in 2019. I had many, many conversations with the state. I said, this is the safest code out there. I said, let's adopt this code so this way we have safety throughout New York State and the industry as a whole. So all of that stuff was encompassed. So I understand what they're seeing on television and they're watching all these e-scooters go on fire. It is two different animals. Layers of safety in these energy storage systems are extremely robust, extremely robust. They have to prove and validate that safety through that testing. So when we see the stuff that's on television, you really can't look at these things being in the same equation. I also sit on the Department of Transportation FAA Lithium-Ion Battery Safety Council. What we're seeing is we're seeing a lot of counterfeit batteries that are coming into the United States that are, the quality assurance of these batteries are terrible. These batteries are going into the consumer products that we now see are going up on fire. The batteries that we're using here and the cells that are going to be used have to go through testing and listing. Means they have to be tested by a national recognized testing laboratory. Third party witnessing. That's a laboratory with stringent requirements that is regulated by OSHA. So it's not anyone doing the testing. It's a third party national recognized testing laboratory, Underwriters Laboratory. We all have stuff in our homes that are Underwriters Laboratory. As a matter of fact, we have hazardous materials in our home. Your refrigerator has a hazardous material inside your home. How does it get in there? They go through rigorous testing through Underwriters Laboratory to prove that that refrigerator is safe to go into the occupancy so no one gets hurt in the event of a failure. So a lot of this stuff needs to be considered, whatever you do with your zoning, but as far as the battery safety, this stuff was looked extremely deep. There's a lot more that I can add, but I'm, for the sake of kind of keeping it really low, keeping it short, I needed to at least address the safeties from the fire point of view. And that one particular standard that I mentioned, UL 9540A, has to prove and validate safety and reduce or stop the spread of any particular failure that may take place within a battery energy storage system, along with all the other battery management system that's constantly monitoring this thing. And I can go on and on and on with all the other layers of safety that are inside of this particular battery energy storage system. A lot of people had some really good questions about the fire department. I'm the one who got in touch with the Suffolk County Fire Department to go out and teach these classes free. I did that. I went out there because I was concerned about some of the battery energy storage systems that may have gone in undetected, that did not have the codes and standards that we have today. So we had to make things look the worst case scenario, so this way they could protect it properly.
Oh, was that pertaining to the East Hampton projects?
The East Hampton, I'm supposed to go out there. They asked me to come out and do a training course for them. But I have been doing this training because I am concerned to make sure that the fire service is aware of these hazards that may exist. But again, from the ones that weren't compliant to the code that went in before the codes that we have today, they're still a concern. These that are going in, we are following the codes and the national standard, along with the state standard, to make sure that these things go in safe.
I know early on that you've consulted with the Suffolk County Fire Academy, and you work with them towards helping to outline fire practices and safety measures.
That's correct. And there was a Chief Rudy Sutterman, who I worked with a lot. They did put out a sheet about lithium-ion batteries, and a woman brought it up. And I'm glad she did bring that up, because she's actually doing her homework. And I want people to do the homework. I want them to keep our feet to the fire to make sure that we are compliant and that we are going to be safe. So it's a good thing that they do that. But what she read was for consumer batteries. And the reason they put that out there is because I reported back about what's going on through the FAA and the Department of Transportation and what's coming in from outside of the United States of these batteries that are not considered high-quality batteries, and the standard of care that these consumer products, people that are using and getting thrown all over the place, are not stationary storage batteries, what we see that's going to be going into these particular areas. So if there's any questions from anyone in the audience in regards to fire safety, I'd be more than happy to answer, or anyone from the panel.
I have a quick question.
Sure.
So there's been some mention of the fires at facilities in California and Arizona. Do you know if they've adopted this standard UL 9548A?
Great question. Our company is currently working on the root cause analysis for the incident that took place in California. That will be coming out very soon, I can tell you that. The one that took place in Arizona in Chandler, I was actually called on that fire. That particular dedicated use building, these will be cabinets, not dedicated use buildings, so you had all the batteries in one particular building, as opposed to being separated by compartmentation of the cabinets themselves. So the fire load in there is much bigger than having it compartmentation. That's fire protection engineering 101, is to compartmentalize things so you stop or you put a fire break between any particular battery so it doesn't ruin the whole system itself. That particular one in Chandler, Arizona, that did not have the safety systems because the project was approved before the Battery Energy Storage Systems NFPA 855 International Fire Code 2021 was adopted for the area. I worked with the Phoenix and people in that particular area on trying to get them to adopt that particular code. But the ones that are already in place is the ones that we need to make sure that the firefighters are concerned about.
Okay, and the one in California, do you know if they had adopted the standard prior to
The one in California, they have adopted the standard.
Post-fire?
There's more to the story, that's all I can say about this. Okay. I do have a non-disclosure agreement on that, but that will be coming out, so people can take a look at that. They can look at what took place in that incident. I work for Energy Safety Response Group. We are a group of retired firefighters from around the country, and also engineers, which with PE stands.
Ma'am. Paul, your name came up like a year ago when we were originally discussing this as the guru of fire safety, so thank you.
I just want you to go up to the microphone to ask your question. We have a question from the audience first before you're done there, sir. Ma'am, would you just go up to the microphone?
You need to go to the mic. Yeah.
Do I have to go to the mic? Yes, you have to go to the mic.
Otherwise, it doesn't show up for people at home.
Do I have to state my name again?
Yes.
Judy Ojiko. Want me to spell it?
No, I got it.
Okay, so you had meant, this is kind of uncomfortable, isn't it? You had mentioned that you're going to be training people in East Hampton. Okay, now I have a quick question in reference to that kind of training. Will East Hampton also bring in their mutual aid departments for training? In the rare event that something really catastrophic happens?
That is a great question. As a matter of fact, I encourage them to bring in the mutual aid, right? The departments that may actually come in in a mutual aid. And they can bring anyone they want. Usually they put a flyer out and I get people from all over the place. Actually, there were some people that came to one of my trainings from Westchester, New York, because the information got all the way up there.
Because Riverhead, if the battery, oops, here we go again.
And obviously, the reason I asked that is because if Riverhead were ever in a situation where they had to put out a fire of that nature and needed their mutual aid, their partners certainly should have to be trained prior to that occurrence.
So you do have coordinators from the Suffolk County Fire Department that would be able to relay to a chief on scene which other departments are in fact trained, and then for mutual aid. So the coordinators come to the fire scene and direct and dispatch additional backup crews.
I just want to make sure I go on record to say, when I teach them energy storage systems, what I wind up teaching them is overall. I don't do site-specific, but it's important that the planning board or the zoning board here, in their approvals, if they do approve anything, that they make sure that they have site-specific training, because not all of these things are the same. So that in itself should be something that is a requirement, and I say that at every planning board zoning.
Yep.
I have a question for you.
Okay.
Susan Cacciola. I have a question.
We're answering questions from an expert who is answering questions for us, so we are allowing him to answer questions
long
rather
is
than
your
going back and
Do you
forth.
train for a month, a week? How many hours does the training consist of? And does Riverhead have the apparatus to put these fires out? Or will our taxes go up because they have to buy this apparatus? That's what I'm concerned about.
I'd love to speak on this for 8 hours, but they won't let me. So generally, the volunteer firefighters, they have second jobs. All of this stuff that they do is volunteer, so I'm very cognizant of that. So what I need to do is try to put a training program together that will be 2 to 3 hours long. If they have any questions, I leave my card for them, because their safety is very important. On the national codes,
So, if I hate to interrupt you, so right now you don't have a program put in place, 2 or 3 hour program put in place as of today for these volunteers, which is gonna be difficult to do.
I've already gone out and done 6 of them in Suffolk County.
I understand, it's volunteer.
Not at the cost of the taxpayer. I did it for free. I did it on my dime. I went
And
out
will
there.
you need
So
special apparatus?
I do. They don't.
Put these fires
They
out?
don't need any special apparatus. There's no specific equipment that they need. If they need a thermal imaging camera, I'm sure the people that are coming in there would be able to pony up for a thermal imaging camera. Nothing else.
Like I say, I rest my case with volunteer fire department. I understand what you're saying, I thank you for your time.
Yep.
And I have no further questions, thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. Ma'am, battery energy storage? Okay. Thank you for being patient.
My name is Barbara Ripple. I moved to Calverton 3 months ago, and I am in awe of these people, and you should be too. My question is, how many of you and your employees will live next to such a plant?
We can't do the back and forth. We just let them make their statements, and then we can't.
I have one coming in my
Okay,
backup.
we'll wait, and then you can come back in the end, but please go next in line about battery energy storage systems.
My name is Jane Dever, I live in Calverton, and I think we need to have a moratorium on any new projects now.
We're talking about battery-powered
Battery
energy storage.
energy storage systems, people, only. We will give you a chance to talk about the moratorium.
My name is Linda Nemeth. You're talking about batteries. You're talking about several other items that you're planning on making some kind of exceptions for.
That time will come at the end of the meeting. This is a
Okay.
public hearing for battery energy storage systems.
All right.
Please obey, or we will not listen to you speak. We will remove you from the podium. Battery energy storage only.
Joe Mattis at Foxwood Village. We don't need any more buildings. We don't need any more buildings. What about Battery happened, nothing. You've got empty buildings all around in Riverhead.
Okay,
You
ma'am,
sure
battery
don't-
energy storage only, please.
Yeah, well,
People, you're not making this go
around to
easy.
see that.
We will provide plenty of time for everybody to
Hi,
speak
my name is
at the
Janice Byrne
appropriate
from
time.
Windcrest East in Calverton, and I'm deeply against the battery storage.
Thank you.
Joseph Byrne, Windcrest East, Calverton. I oppose battery storage. It sounds like we're ill-prepared for battery storage.
Thank you.
My name is Bill Fullerton. I live at Windcrest East in Bedding Hollow, and I would just ask the board to please do what is right for the town, the environment, and the residents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Helen Bartone. I'm from Foxwood Village, and I object to the battery storage. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Paul Thompson. I have a Fitbit watch that the stuff that's on this watch was not around 10 years ago. So this battery storage, I want you to consider, because nuclear fusion has just been accepted and approved. And they're saying that the possibility of nuclear fusion would be more energy efficient than anything that we presently have. I'm optimistic right now that this board will listen to the residents of Riverhead and do the right thing.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Andrew Thyberg, Bay Environmental. We're a consultant for Hexagon Energy. Just wanted to provide a few clarifications. So this is specific to the site that we are requesting some modification to the code change. We feel that the proposed site is the proposed use of battery energy storage there is more environmentally friendly than current uses or potential uses at that site. As Adam had mentioned, one of the most viable sites that fits within the code right now has wetland concerns, lots of existing tree coverage, while the site we're proposing is cleared industrial use and it's mostly surrounded by other industrial properties. Obviously there are some residential concerns that have to be taken into account, but we feel that from an environmental standpoint, there's no wetlands near this site, there's no sensitive habitats. So we just wanted to bring that to your attention. And I also just wanted to reiterate that battery energy storage systems are important critical components that the state has identified that are needed for a resilient grid. They're going to improve air quality related to peaker plants being reduced. And there will be some cost savings to homeowners in their energy bills, and there's increased tax revenues, which are, you know, what exactly they are, it is a benefit. And I think Paul spoke to the risks associated with fire. So the last thing I would really say is that there already are existing companies in New York State that recycle these batteries. So you talk about this new technology, and some concerns might be, what do you do when they're gone? These large form of batteries are already recycled, and the components can be reused again, and that exists in New York State. And that is all, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
My name is Anne Marie Minicucci. I live in Foxwood Village. I'm against this site, and I would like at least a one-year moratorium while this is investigated and we're all educated about it. But I can't understand why anybody, any company, want to invest money in a site which the community clearly does not want. I don't know, maybe they're just not here, but I don't know anybody who is for this storage unit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Vinnie Schiavone, Calverton. I promise not to mention the M word at this point, but I will be sticking around and speaking at the end of the board meeting to go into a little more detail. For the state for the battery storage, I'll echo what Mr. Hubbard said at the beginning of this. It should not be considered until a comprehensive plan is complete, and we're not at that stage yet. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Mary Ann Lind. I'm from Baiting Hollow. Just curious, I know that
if you had high power lines, you wouldn't want to be too close to them for the fact that you would get zapped, but also that you could develop cancer. I'm curious about this high storage, high storage of energy, if it could cause cancer. How far away do you need to be from it? I don't think we're ready to answer those questions. I don't see anybody giving me a definitive. I'm a cancer survivor, and that is one of the reasons that I'm asking the question, but I'm sure there are other people here that were cancer survivors. Not something you want, obviously.
Thank you.
John, do we have anybody else online? Battery energy?
Kathy wants to comment on that.
Okay. We'll bring her up after this gentleman. Go ahead, sir.
Very briefly, my name is Bruno Sidor, S-I-D-O-R. I'm resident of Foxwood Village. I want to just maybe sound like get booed a little bit here, but the gentleman who talked about the batteries, a lot of the incidents that have occurred are from, as he's indicated, retail commercial batteries, being involved in radio control airplanes for a long time, was very sensitive to the evolution of batteries, which happen to be primarily now lithium ion. 95%, perhaps 90 to 95% are manufactured in China, and they have had very serious incidents in the past, but a lot of what you're hearing on the news are from those kind of batteries. So, you know, you have to temper that portion of it a little bit. My only question regarding the resolution that you're talking about, and that is, if it is allowed to go through, will it establish a precedent for any future proposals tendered to the town of Riverhead?
So this code would simply allow it as a use in certain zoning use districts. So, I mean, it essentially says if you have a property in industrial A, you can put this kind of facility there, and thereafter, if there's other projects that want to go into industrial A, it would be permitted in that zoning use district.
Okay, so it's going to be in perpetuity, so to speak, going forward, that anyone who applied downstream, contrary to a comprehensive plan, or moratoriums or any of that other stuff, would be allowed to get equal consideration. Is that correct?
Well, I think it would depend on what the comprehensive plan said.
No, we've got a 20-year-old comprehensive plan now, so can't really be an issue, can it? Because these battery storage didn't exist 20 years ago.
I'm not sure I'm following your question.
Well, you're saying per the comprehensive plan, but the comprehensive plan.
This would adopt code. This isn't specific to the comprehensive plan.
Okay, but you just said that it would be whatever applied within the comprehensive plan.
I was talking about the update.
Oh, okay. All right. All right. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Okay. John, we have someone online?
Hi, Kathy McGraw again from Northville. Just a quick comment. Mr. Stanek being there, and that last speaker who was speaking on behalf of the Mill Road project, when the proposed code doesn't allow for that project, to me underlines the need for battery storage system to be studied in the comp plan. Because if this code is passed, Mr. Stanek and his project and his company are not going to go away. They will be back. They will seek an amendment. They will go before the ZBA to try to get a non-conforming use. They will not give up. They're there now, knowing it's not in the code. Battery storage, if you pass this code, will be handled in a very fragmented way, not studied and planned. And why put the town through that? You're going to hire consultants today. Let them study and plan and work out where these facilities should properly be in Riverhead. It just makes infinite sense, and I don't understand. And can any of you explain to me why you're not doing that?
Okay, anybody else?
I guess good evening now. I was going to say good afternoon, but I'll change my good evening, Board. And first of all, I want to say Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays to everyone. I hope you have a great holiday. I'm sorry you had to go through this today, but I didn't say one word while anyone was speaking, so I would appreciate the same courtesy, and I would hope that the Board would control
We agree.
outbursts.
We do not support outbursts.
We pay the taxes.
Ma'am, you had your chance. You can get in line again if you want to speak. Please let the speaker speak.
I have paid plenty of taxes in the town of Riverhead for many, 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 many years. I wanted to speak just briefly, really. I just have some very brief comments to some things that were said earlier about this being pushed through very quickly. I just want to give a very brief history. In October 2021, Hexagon initiated conversations with the town about installing a BESS system in the town of Riverhead. Such systems are an emerging, important component of the electrical grid. In an effort to store energy generated during off-peak hours for consumption during peak demand for electricity. The use of BESS can drastically reduce and ultimately eliminate the reliance upon peaker plants that must start up quickly upon periods of urgent demand for electricity. These types of plants have the greatest negative impact upon our environment and produce the highest level of greenhouse gases. In addition, the installation of BESS systems is complementary to the development of renewable energy, particularly solar facilities that generate most of the energy during hours of off-peak consumption. Currently, the power generated by the solar facilities that have been developed within the town of Riverhead is being fed into the grid and transmitted to locations with immediate demand outside of the town. Once a BESS is installed within the town, this power that is being produced in the town can be stored in the town for use by consumers within the town upon demand. It will be a benefit to the town and its residents who have all of the impacts of the development of the solar facilities that are within the town, yet consume very little of that power that's being generated by facilities that have been built in the town. So currently you have all the impacts of the solar generating facilities and none of the benefits. Some of the other comments tonight I want to just respond to, and I've gone away from my statement. It was much longer, but who wants to be here this long? We would have no problem. I don't know if everybody in this room would have an issue with it, but we would have no problem if you kept this hearing open for another public hearing date sometime in January, so that we could have some of the independent, well-respected environmental and energy organizations who could attend the public hearing and speak to the benefits and the need for battery energy storage systems as part of as a critical component of your electrical grid.
So Chris, they can certainly send comments, as you know, for the next 10 days and
Absolutely, and I will ask them to, but I think it's
Please
good.
do.
Sometimes when you submit written comments, the people who come out and are opposed to the project and speak don't get the benefit of hearing these experts. You did hear a great testimony from Paul Rogers, who's actually worked in battery energy storage for 9 years. He's a former fireman. He understands the fire safety issues that were a concern when battery energy storage systems were first being installed in various places. And they were coming up with rigorous testing and research and study to determine what were the best batteries to use for this type of system. I think we can provide more people here, because if we do nothing, there was someone else who said, do we value life? Well, do we value our planet? That's the question I would follow up with. How much more damage are we going to be doing to our planet by continuing to have peaker plants that are the worst types of electrical generation, creating the most greenhouse gases, continue to damage our atmosphere, continue to damage our planet? You want to talk about costs. What are the costs associated with that? We talk about all these things, but let's really look at the situation and why battery energy storage systems are even being developed as part of our electrical grid. It's to stop the use of fossil fuels. And peaker plants are the worst. And the studies have been done. NYSERDA has done a study. There was a report put out more than 2 years ago about why it's important to start allowing battery energy storage systems to be developed as part of the electrical grid. It was published, NYSERDA was a part of it, PSEG put it out. That's what encouraged developers. When that study was completed, come to New York. We want these types of uses, and it's important to us. So we'd be very happy if you want to keep this open and allow more experts in the field come and speak to both the need and the benefits of having battery energy storage systems within your town and as part of your electrical grid. If you close it today, we will submit written comment. Unfortunately, a lot of these people who will not read the written comments, I know some of them will. I'm not saying that about everybody. I'm sure there's plenty of people here who read everything that gets submitted and everything that gets posted online on the town website, but it's important. And it's also important to discuss what is included in the code as far as commissioning and decommissioning plans. All of these Tier 2 systems, the large generating battery energy storage systems, will be back before this town board for a special permit. There'll be more public hearings for those special permits. They will then, if they need any kind of variances, they will be before the Zoning Board of Appeals. And there'll be public hearings there. And then you'll have to go to the town planning board and you'll have to get a site plan. So there's plenty of public hearings in the future for anyone who's going to be proposing battery energy storage systems pursuant to this code. So I appreciate all the comments, the time that people took to speak. I really understand that's at a cost to them personally. But if we do nothing, somebody said in 20 years we'll have this technology perfected. Well, we can't wait 20 years. How much damage will be done to the environment and to the planet in the next 20 years? We can't wait. I think we need to start actively pursuing things that can benefit our planet. And I think battery energy storage is one of those components.
Chris, I know you spoke about, getting some more experts, and I did speak with the CEO of PSE&G on this whole matter. Anybody that is interested in getting the information, please give your email to Chris, and he'll get that information to you so you can read up more on it, okay?
I know NYSERDA would be willing to come out. I know there are environmental organizations that I spoke to today that would be willing to give me written testimony to submit. I've also spoken to some of the green energy associations that are very active in Suffolk County and Long Island, and they're willing to support battery energy storage, wherever you decide to put it, but you should have it in your town.
Okay, anybody else for battery energy storage?
Okay. Linda Nemeth again. Hello? Is it working? Okay. We're talking about battery energy or
Sorry, we
batteries.
just need your name and hamlet again for the
Linda
transcript.
Nemeth, Calverton. I have no problem with learning about these new technologies, and indeed, we will have to face a future with some of this technology. The point is that you have had experts, and will have experts, guiding you, yet I don't understand why you have put the cart before the horse. You are continuing to work in spite of these experts, in spite of your planning department, and before you have a comprehensive plan. Thank you.
Claudette Bianco, Baiting Hollow, again. I'm really quite annoyed that you tell us when we are speaking at the wrong time or saying something directly not to the board. Why don't you correct lawyers that represent developers that are patronizing to your tax-paying residents? He represents lawyers, all of them, represent developers.
Can you please speak on battery energy storage systems so we can finish the comments on
I'm
the
sorry,
hearing?
you gotta go somewhere?
Yeah, but we do need
I've
to-
been
We
here
need to stay
since
on the topic.
12:30.
We need to stay on
Okay, then we
topic,
need,
and
you
we're on
have
the
to step
public
aside
hearing.
and let other people
Okay.
speak on the hearing.
Mr. Kent spoke about the damage that could be done if we don't act in 20 years, within, waiting 20 years. What about the damage from battery energy storage systems that you know nothing about, that you're passing zone changes and laws and what have you, and you have no idea of the impact or the damage that could do?
Ma'am, just to clarify, we're not passing anything today. This
Well,
is
whatever it is
just a
that-
discussion, it's just a public hearing, it's just to hear comments.
Okay.
Pro, against,
Okay, but
neutral,
that's step
all of the
one,
above,
correct, to
with respect
passing?
to this topic. So that's all we're doing today, nothing's getting voted on today.
And ma'am.
Just to
you will
clarify.
in the
also,
future.
when one of these projects is proposed, they have to go through a whole site plan.
I'm sorry, I can't.
I'm sorry. When one of these projects is proposed, they have to go through a whole site plan application process, which includes environmental impact assessment, traffic impact studies, all of that. So to safety, fire safety, comment periods from local fire department and from the fire marshal's office. So, I mean, I don't want it to, just by passing this legislation, in the event the board passes it, there's still several steps that these projects have to go through before they get the green light to build anything.
I appreciate that, thank you for the information, but that's what the comp plan could do. That's the point of having a comp plan and updating it to include the things that we had no idea existed in 2003. Battery energy storage, anaerobic digesters, and God knows what else. And there's this other issue with these batteries that are coming in that are not in compliance. I don't know the numbers or the right type, but they're not the better kinds of batteries. They're made from out of this country. What protections?
He was just giving an examples of like.
No, I understand, but what
Okay.
protections will we have that they're not going to use? Say that they're gonna say they're gonna use the better ones, but then they're gonna come in and put the cheaper ones in. You know what I'm trying to say?
Well, there would be inspections by the building department, or we would retain, an energy expert.
Or in the agreement
to-
you make with them, or, okay.
Yeah, so their site plan approval would, in this instance, I assume,
Specify which ones.
specify you're going to use this type of model.
Okay.
Also, the plans that they give you together with their application would probably specify that, and then you create conditions in the site plan approval that require them to use this. And in the event they were ever out of compliance with that, then we would have code enforcement and the building department would stop work order, we'd sue them civilly, we'd have a whole menu of options to go
Okay.
from there.
All right, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Talk, go ahead, if you have something else.
Taki Turchin, Greater Calverton City Association President. Thank you for listening to the folks today. A lot of them couldn't make it to stay for the duration. Our hope was that we were going to be able to have a roster of people on during the public hearing so we could reflect, when the record was reflected upon, we would see the names of those folks. And I think because of the duration of the day, some folks weren't able to do that. They were not sure when to speak and when not to. So thank you very much for allowing it, and for the folks who were able to come up here and able to give their name and their hamlet and their statement.
And Ms. Turchin, I would just say, anything submitted as a written comment is added by the clerk as part of the record. Okay?
Understood.
So anything, if they send an email, if they write a letter, they put their name on it, their address, it can be one sentence long, it can be a paragraph long. whatever they want to submit, it goes in together with the record.
Yeah, understood. It was very important, as I know you know, that when people show their bodies down in town hall, it has so much more of an impact than a letter. And we've already done letter campaigns, and we aren't going to stop doing them. It's just that it is at great inconvenience to folks coming down here, want to make sure that they're able to go on to the record. I appreciate that you were thorough on that. Thank you.
From a legal standpoint, whether the record is oral or written, it helps either way.
Correct. The impact, I think, is greater when you're in person. Thank you so much.
30 seconds, I promise, Barbara. Barbara Blas, Jamesport. I really didn't hear I'm sorry? What?
I'm messing with you.
I really didn't hear overwhelming opposition to having battery storage in the town of Riverhead. I think everybody was concentrating on the siting process and the planning process. We fully embrace, we're not living in a world with our head in the sand. We expect this to happen, but we want the community involved in the siting and the process and the parameters under which it makes sense for us here in the town of Riverhead. That's the first thing. Second thing is, just very briefly, I know there was sort of a dismissive statement about not to worry concerning the Mill Road project because it's not affected by this. But understand that there is an application that is before the Zoning Board of Appeals on, I'm sorry, it's not? There is a letter, and I have a copy of the letter that sent them to the Zoning Board of Appeals, but they didn't apply. Okay, well then I stand corrected, but I believe that that was the path that this was going to take, because if this battery storage is a lawfully existing or permitted use somewhere in the town, no? Okay, but again, that's where it was headed. The application, the comments were made at the planning board, and I have the letter that sent them to the Zoning Board of Appeals. If they didn't follow up on the application, I certainly stand corrected. I thank you for your time.
Clarify a couple of Barbara's questions. There was a denial letter that was issued on that application. They are good for a period of 6 months. It has since expired. They would have to apply again to go back to the Zoning Board of Appeal only if this was permitted use. So it would have to be permitted. As far as I know, I'm not the town planning and development administrator, as you know. I'm a planner for the town. They'd have to, if it was a permitted use, they could apply to the Zoning Board of Appeals to go from one non-conforming use to another. That would have a public hearing. That's a high burden to meet. I don't speak for the zoning board, but it would have to be, entertained by them. But
Okay.
the letter is stale.
Thank you, Matt.
Thanks, Matt.
I think
All right.
it was very, to me, everybody spoke fairly clearly. I understand the concerns. To me, all of the arguments, both sides, just help my argument to say, wait for the comp plan to address this. And I'm addressing it to my fellow board members to reconsider and everything you've heard today. And we know people are very upset about this, but damn, we're spending $800,000 on this plan. And let it do its job. What's another 6 months or even 12 months if we have to extend it? These people are not going to go away. And when I say these people, I mean the developers. They're not going to go away. They're in it to make money. Yeah, they cite some good examples of being able to help the community and do this and do that. And yes, we are going to need these things. I'm sorry to say, if you're against them, we are going to need them. But it doesn't mean we just let them go wherever they want to go, or we, as board members, and I don't mean to discredit the intelligence of any one of my members. They're all smarter than I am. I will tell you that factfully. But common sense tells me that we have a comp plan so close now, in a matter of minutes, to be voted on to handle this. Let it do its job. What is the rush? Let it do its job. The developers don't work for us. They don't own us. We work for the people. The people have spoken. We listen. And yes, we are going to have warehouses eventually in this town. Are we going to stop them all? Maybe. Are we going to stop some? Maybe. Are we going to stop none? Maybe. Okay? But that's to be determined through the use of the comp plan. And let it do its job. And I just implore to my fellow board members to please reconsider a short moratorium so that the comprehensive plan can address these issues, because once we do it, it's too late. Once they're built, once they're in, once they're up and running, it's too late. And if we got it wrong then, it's way too late. Okay, we really need to just pump the brakes, let the experts do their job, and get the comp plan finished, and then we can reevaluate from there. That's all I'm asking. I thank you all for coming out. We've got a lot of work still to do, and there's going to be an open period, obviously, for comments on the moratorium and everything. But I just want you to know that all of us up here appreciate you coming out. We love it when we hear from the people. We don't like it so much when we hear from the same 6 people, because then it seems like it's a personal agenda. This is not a personal agenda, and that's why I enjoy this, and we all enjoy hearing from you. So thank you very much. And Deputy Supervisor, I'm sorry for stepping on your
No problem.
toes and
Any other
jumping in
comments
there,
from any
but-
other board members on the public hearing before we close it? Okay, so we are in fact going to close the public hearings, all 3 of them, right? We can do this in one lump,
Yes.
Eric? Okay.
We're gonna keep it open for comments.
Keep it open.
We're going to close the public hearing today, but we're going to keep it open for written comment until close of business 4:30 on December 30th. We're going to now move on to comments on resolutions. Anybody in the room want to comment on any of the resolutions before the board today? John, anybody online for comments on resolutions?
Barbara Blas, Jamesport. I think it's Resolution 880, whatever the comp plan resolution is, hiring BFJ.
It's 880.
It is it? Okay, good. I can remember that. Go figure. The contract provides for changes and other considerations that could be made either by 3 members of the town board or by resolution. I think if you look at section number 8 in particular, that's the one that stuck in my mind, although that particular phrase is in throughout the contract itself. But I don't believe it's appropriate to ask for changes, perhaps it says additions, additional tasks, or the omission of tasks that are enumerated, which could be done by either town board letter signed by 3 people or by resolution of the town board. And I'm just suggesting respectfully that you would consider doing any changes by resolution of the town board and not via a letter that we would not necessarily be privy to. That's my only comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else? Comments on resolutions? Okay. You can bring him up, John. Oh, okay.
I think he's going first.
Good afternoon, Mike Foley, Roos Park. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you, Mike.
Thank you. Commenting on Resolution 880, the BFJ contract. Eric, I know that you were the guy that kind of quarterbacked this entire contract. For the most part, I like the contract. I just have a few questions or clarifications for you on it. And one of them is actually what Barbara just alluded to, on the fact that the contract can be amended, if you will, by resolution or by 3 town board signatures. I'll go with this a different way than Barbara in that it's my understanding that you can't get 3 town board members together without doing it in a public forum. So wouldn't allowing 3 people to sign this violate the public forum agreements for town board meetings? That would be my first question, Eric. If you can take a swing at it, I'd appreciate it.
I mean, it's not really any different than ratifying the resolution. I mean, what I'll admit is that this contract, most of it was carried over from the AKRF. This provision itself isn't something that I specifically included. If the town board wants to make it by resolution only, that would be fine. This was really more for, it's a convenience thing to dispense with having to wait 2 weeks to request a change.
So you feel that there would be no violation of open meetings laws by having 3 people sign this
Separately
letter
sign the letter?
without it being in an open forum?
I mean, separately, no, Mike. The town board members, supervisor, they sign, for example, you know, letters in support of legislation to the governor. You know, they don't all gather in a room and sign it together. They individually review it, see if they agree with it, and then if they want to sign it, they'll sign it.
Okay. The other question I had has to do with the oversight of payment distributions. And I believe what I'm looking for is the bottom of page 84 and the top of page 85. If you want to take a quick look at what I'm talking about under the, let me get to it, yes, the bottom of page 84.
Mike, I don't have the page numbers. What section are you looking at?
Okay, I am looking at the packet, page 84, but let me look at the section. Section 3, payment, which basically discusses who is going to have oversight of the deliverables and the time frame of those deliverables. And they talk about the establishment of an ad hoc committee that includes 2, and this is at the top of page 85 under the same number 3. It talks about 2 town board members, you or your designee, Eric, the supervisor's designee, and the planning administrator or designee. Have any of those, have the 2 town board members been appointed to this yet, Eric?
To my knowledge, no. And
Okay. And I'm assuming that you're going to try to make it there, but if you're not going to make it there, you'll have one of your designees sit in for you as the town attorney.
Mike, it's the town board designees are Councilman Kern and Councilman Hubbard. I would either be doing this myself, or I would feel comfortable with Anne Marie, because she did help on the contract as well, and she was also involved with the AKRF contract.
Well, I would certainly be comfortable with Anne Marie as your substitute as well, Eric. And as far as the supervisor apparently is excluding herself in this, and it's just assigning a designee, and I have no problem with that. Devin, do you know if you're going to be the designee for the supervisor looking at these things, or is she considering Bill Rothar?
I don't think any decision has been made on that at this point,
Okay.
Mike.
Thank you. And I'm assuming, again, planning administrator Jeff or one of his people will sit on it as well. So we have Bob and Tim sitting down as the 2 town board members. Thank you. Finally, the title of this resolution talks about having Yvette authorized to sign this and take this the right way. Things tend to be delayed on occasion. I think this is certainly a matter of urgency. Would there be any problem with saying authorizes and to promptly sign this agreement so we can end the waiting period on this and get to what they contemplate as being a 14-month period with, by the way, I am very happy with their phases. Their timeline on deliverables, I think, is great. It leaves a lot of room for subject matter experts on everything to discuss where these things belong. And I think ultimately that's the most important part of this thing. We want the taxes, but we want them to be paid out of a location that is not a hindrance to our residents. And we have areas to do that. With the PIP and EPCAL, which is in Calverton, which I'll talk about in the final public comments, but this is the thing that BFJ is looking at, and we are going to be overseeing as a town board, as concerned residents, as subject matter experts on all of these things that are before us right now. We have an awful lot of smart people in the room from the town and for the applicant. I want to hear all of them. I want to hear them all in one spot so we can all come up to an understanding that we can live with for the next 20 years, as well as my children and my grandchildren. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Sir?
Again, Bruno Sidor, Foxwood Village. I want to preface my comments by saying I have no legal training or background. So therefore, it's,
Which resolution are you talking about?
oh, I'm sorry, the comp plan, whatever that,
Hold on one second. John, can you?
Go ahead, sorry.
whatever that resolution is, I'm sorry.
It's okay, go ahead.
It's my understanding, by the way, my impression here is primarily as if I were sitting on a jury listening to all the comments and so forth. So this to me is logic, and I'm not sure if it's going to change any opinions at all. But first of all, it's my impression from what I've heard that we are about to commit approximately $500,000 in a update of our 20-year-old comp study. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. That being the case, there are apparently a number of continuing activities, the BESS, for one, that I can talk to, that are ongoing in terms of evaluation with other resolutions, et cetera, that would, if they go to fruition, would they add anything, well, I guess I have to put it a little bit a different way. Those processes, applications, et cetera, are ongoing. I have heard reference to the term vetting, used in, I think, a couple of different connotations, to me at least. What is the significance of vetting, and how does what's going on now contribute to the conclusion of whatever vetting is? To me, it means approved. Can anyone add or tell me what the term vetting applies to in terms of approving any project brought forth before the board?
Doesn't have any effect on the comprehensive plan, so.
That would have a, I mean, that would be,
What does vetting mean?
are you talking about vesting?
Vesting?
Oh,
or
vesting, I'm
vetting?
sorry,
Okay.
yes, yes, yes.
Oh,
Okay. Okay, so the comp plan isn't going to deal with specific projects. Vesting is just a legal concept that relates to when someone is entitled to all of the zoning within a zoning use district, right? So if you are in a single-family zoning district and you haven't built it, it's been vacant for 20 years, okay? And you, the town changes the zoning and it becomes, I don't know, industrial zoning, right? And then you subsequently put in an application for a building permit to build a house. It wouldn't necessarily be vested, right? That's what vesting relates to.
So it gives you permission to proceed?
Yeah, so in the conversation that's been happening is you know, there's projects with applications that have been submitted, they're under review, and they've been under review for a while, and the idea, when does that project vest under the current zoning requirements? That, under New York State case law, happens when they have a building permit, a site plan approval, building permit, and have actually begun substantial expenditures or construction.
Okay, thank you for that. Just then my last question, basically, where I'll just leave it, and that is, if all of these continue, the applications being processed, et cetera, and the update of the comp plan going forward to, I think you said 14 months was the projected period of the update, would any of the processes that will be ongoing, will they override the results of the comp study recommendations?
The comp plan is going to give us recommendations, and we take those recommendations, and then you build zoning ordinances based on that, right? So you would still have to put up a public notice for a public hearing on any code change that we're deriving from the comp plan, all right? So until those zoning ordinances are enacted by the town board, any project that's ongoing is, you know, they can get an approval prior to that time.
Thank you.
The only thing that can stop that is a moratorium.
Well, I think the moratorium is self-evident with the comp plan or comp study being updated. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it. Thanks for listening to me.
Okay, anybody else for comments on resolutions?
Bonnie Anderson, Foxwood Village. I honestly feel that we definitely need the comprehensive plan, and there definitely should be a moratorium for as long as that comprehensive plan takes, at least. Because how
Which
can you...
resolution are you
You
speaking
commenting
about?
on the BFJ contract? Is that what you're commenting on?
Well, I'm talking about the comprehensive plan, the contract.
Okay.
And it's going to take 14 months. Let's proceed and do a moratorium for those 14 months before we make a mess of our town. The other thing I'd like to say is, are these seats ever going to get more comfortable? They're horrible.
They're a lot more comfortable than other towns.
They are awful.
Okay, seeing nobody else for comments on resolutions, oh, do we have one more? On resolutions, any of the resolutions before the board,
The resolutions that are
on the agenda for today?
Oh, okay, is 880
Yes.
have to do with that?
Yes.
Okay, pursuant to Bonnie's comment, it's been my experience as a consultant in banking that if a contract says it's going to take 14 months, it could very well take 24 months. So I would just like to say that could the moratorium, if you're considering a moratorium, extend to the point in time when that contract is completed? Thanks. Oh, Judy Ojico, Foxwood Village, Calverton.
I know who you are.
Okay. Looks like we heard from everybody who wanted to comment today, so we are going to now move forward. Diane, if you can please call the resolutions.
Certainly. Resolution, I'll get closer. Resolution 864.
2022 budget transfer for end of year, so moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Kern,
Yes.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Oh, I had IQ on there. Resolution adopted. Resolution 865.
Sewer fund budget transfer, so moved.
Second.
Vote, please.
Kern,
Yes.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 866.
Sewer district, district is spelled wrong. Sewer
Correct,
District Capital Project number 82230, car wash budget adoption. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Kern,
Yes.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 867.
Appoints a water treatment plant operator trainees, so moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Kern.
Yes.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 868.
Appoints a fire prevention inspector, so moved.
Second.
Vote, please.
Kern.
Yes.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 869.
Ratifies the appointment of an assessment clerk. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Kern.
Yes.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 870.
No, it's you. Ratifies the appointment.
Ratifies the appointment of a temporary account clerk, so moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Kern.
Yes.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 871.
Accepts the retirement of a highway crew labor leader, so moved.
Second.
Vote, please.
Kern.
Yes.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 872.
Ratifies a stipulation with an employee. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Kern.
Yes.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 873.
Authorizes agreement with Arlene Boble for transcription services, so moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Kern.
Yes.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 874.
Authorizes the supervisor to execute an agreement with Flynn Stenography and Transcription Services, so moved.
Second.
Vote, please.
Kern.
Yes.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 875.
This one's for you, Diane. Appoints marriage officer Diane Wilhelm. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Kern.
Yes.
Rothwell.
I'm not going to debate at all, no? Yes, please.
Hubbard.
I want to put a moratorium on that.
No weddings for
Absolutely, yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 876.
Appoints marriage officer James Wooten, so moved.
Seconded.
Vote please.
Kern.
Yes.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 877.
Contract for implementation of insurance for 2023, so moved.
Second.
Vote please.
Kern.
Yes.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 878.
Authorizes the attendance at the 2023 annual meeting and training school held by the Association of Towns, February 19th through the 22nd, 2023. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote please.
Kern.
Yes.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 879.
Authorizes the supervisor to execute a municipal cooperation agreement between the town of Riverhead and the Riverhead Fire District for sand and salt services. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote please.
Kern.
Yes.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 880.
Authorizes the supervisor to execute an agreement with BFJ Planning for update of the comprehensive master plan. So moved.
Second.
Vote please.
Kern.
Yes.
Excuse me. Rothwell.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes, yes, yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 881.
Thanks. Authorizes the supervisor to execute First Amendment to agreement with CSG Forte Payments, Inc. So moved. Thanks.
Seconded.
Vote please.
Kern.
Yes.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 882.
Authorization for the supervisor to execute an amended agreement with National Fire and Safety Solutions, Inc. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote please.
Kern.
Yes.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 883.
Order establishing lateral water main extension at the Villas of Roanoke LLC, Riverhead, New York. So moved.
Second.
Vote please.
Kern.
Yes.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 884.
Extends bid for propane fuel and equipment maintenance. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote please.
Kern.
Yes.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 885.
Awards request for proposals for Youngs Avenue landfill maintenance and monitoring. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote please.
Kern.
Yes.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 886.
Authorizes the town clerk to publish and post notice to bidders for defreeze pump station control panel replacement. So moved.
Second.
Vote please.
Kern.
Yes.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 887.
Hang on, I'm getting to it.
You're killing us with these contracts on the.
I know on the computer, it's like Scroll City here. 2023 renewal of bid award for maintenance and emergency services contract, mechanical for Riverhead Water District. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote please.
Kern.
Yes.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 888.
2023 renewal of bid award for control valve maintenance and repair services for Riverhead Water District. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote please.
Kern.
Yes.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 889.
2023 renewal of bid award for maintenance and emergency services contract E, electrical for Riverhead Water District. So moved.
Second.
Vote please.
Kern.
Yes.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 890.
2023 renewal of bid award for maintenance and emergency services contract D, distribution for Riverhead Water District. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote please.
Kern.
Yes.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 891.
2023 renewal of bid award for maintenance and emergency services contract C, controls for Riverhead Water District. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote please.
Kern.
Yes.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 892.
Adopts a local law to amend Chapter 275 of the Riverhead Town Code entitled Stormwater Management and Erosion and Sediment Control. So moved.
Second.
Vote please.
Kern.
Yes.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 893.
Ratifies settlement of legal action against the owners tenants and occupants of premises located at 14 Rabbit Run, Riverhead, New York. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote please.
Kern.
Yes.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 894.
Pays the bills.
Seconded.
Vote please.
Kern.
Yes.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Resolution adopted.
Okay, thank you, Diane. That concludes resolutions, so now we'll go ahead and we'll open it up for public comment on any topic. And we'll just remind folks that they'll have 5 minutes to make their comments.
Hello
We'll
again.
need their name and their hamlet, of course.
Am I able to say the M word this time?
Yes.
Okay, good. Vinnie Schiavone, Calverton. I've lived in Calverton for over 17 years, raised 2 boys in high school and throughout the school district, coached youth sports. Quite frankly, this is my first town hall meeting. And if it's,
You picked a doozy.
if there is an interest in this one today, I'm gonna be back. I'll tell you that right now.
Good for you.
To say that I support the moratorium is an understatement. I think it's really the only responsible way forward. And I'll highlight a couple of items that make me feel that way. And I'll reference a lot of my comments towards the North Point Logistics Center that is being proposed at the end of Manor Road. I began following that project back in March when they had their community meeting. And quite frankly, when I walked out of that meeting, I couldn't help but think to myself, what the hell is going on in Riverhead? And I don't say that as a concerned citizen. I say that as somebody who actually worked in the industry. I've worked 25 years in corporate management, 3 different industries.
Sir, if you can just talk into the microphone, because apparently they can't get you in the booth. So if you can just speak closer to the microphone.
Is it on?
Yeah, it's on.
Okay. One of those industries happened to be the logistics, warehousing, trucking industry. So I know what these facilities are about. Warehousing and distribution are 2 completely distinct components of a supply chain operation. And when you look at the town code specifically has what's allowed in that zoning area. And it says warehouses, period. Now, I've looked throughout the definitions in the chapter for the zoning and development. You find over 200 definitions in this section. Everything from adult bookstores to peep shows to a very descriptive description of what non-toxic gases are. There's not one definition of what a warehouse is. There's not one definition of what a distribution center is, let alone a high cube warehouse, which North Point is referring themselves to. Now, if you look at the town code as well, under specialty, special permit use, it actually indicates what's permitted under a special permit use, and it distinguishes storage and distribution facilities of non-toxic gases. The code itself recognizes there's a difference between warehousing and distribution in itself. 2 very distinct components of the supply chain. If you don't want to trust me from someone who has experience, here's an academic, PhD, professor at Hofstra University, that wrote a textbook, The Geography of Transport Systems. I can't even pronounce his name, but he's a PhD at Hofstra University. And he writes, and I'll quote, "Although the terms warehouse and distribution centers are often used interchangeably, they do not refer to the same facility. The core difference is that warehouse is focused on the function of storage, while the distribution center is focused on throughput." I was a member of a team that set up distribution centers along the East Coast, from Nashua, New Hampshire, down to Miami, Florida. I can tell you from experience, these are not warehouses. These are significant, large operations that are strictly focused on package volume, throughput, speed, and productivity. They're not to store anything. North Point Logistics is not telling you who their tenants are for a reason. That's part of their business strategy, to get the location there to do what they please. I'll go a little further. When you look at their draft scope and you look at their traffic analysis, they're using warehousing, ITE, land use 150 for traditional warehousing. However, they call themselves a high cube warehouse. Here's a study on high-cube warehouses from the Institute of Transportation Engineers. This study goes into describing 5 different categories of high-cube warehouses, each one of those with their own ITE land use. So what the hell are they building, and what land use are they going to use in their analysis? And if their analysis is being used for some type of cumulative impact with other warehouses, it's all going to be wrong. A high-cube fulfillment center is 7 times more likely, more traffic, than your traditional warehouse. So anything they submit with a land use of 150, excuse my expression, is bullshit. Last but not least,
Sir, we'll ask you to wrap it up because that
yep,
was 5
I'll
minutes.
make one more comment.
Great.
All right? The third comment with respect to the moratorium, I talked about the unclear zoning language that needs to be updated. I talked about the ITE, but probably the strongest reason is your own damn planning board. Those are the people that you appoint. The chair and co-chair are appointed annually. They serve as your experts. They have passed a resolution recommending that you pass a moratorium. The further inaction and the further lack of action, then the concern grows with respect to vesting. And then there's no turning back for some of these applications. So the more inaction that we have, I go back to my original thinking when I walked out of that meeting. What the hell is going on in Riverhead? Thank you.
Sir? You have extra copies of those?
What would you like?
If I could just get the information, I'll get it after the meeting. Are you going to stick around?
I'm sorry. But what I will give you is I have copies at home.
Anybody else?
Anybody else to comment on the resolutions?
Or
No.
open comment?
Oh, I'm sorry, on the open comment.
Open comment.
Open comment today. Open comment.
Again, Bonnie Anderson, Foxwoods Village. I don't understand your membership. Your constituency wants a moratorium. Mr. Hubbard is the only one that has stated time and time again for the moratorium. Who are you other people working for? Because it's not your constituents.
My name is John McAninley. I'm a resident of Foxwood Village. I spell my last name MC, capital A-N-I-N-L-E-Y. I think there should be a building moratorium until the comprehensive plan is approved and accepted. Thank you.
Thank you.
John, why don't we go to somebody online?
Kathy McGraw from Northville. You've just passed the resolution to enter into the agreement with BJF, I get it wrong. And I recall that when you were selecting a consultant, you wanted to know the expertise with battery storage systems, solar energy, and anaerobic digesters, and TDRs. And Mr. Kern and Mr. Rothwell, I would like to give you the opportunity to explain why you are willing to pay the consultants, but you're not willing to wait the year to get their feedback on those 2 brand new land uses. Could you please explain it to all the people who are in that room? They would love to hear your rationale.
Kathy, do you have any other comments you want to offer?
Are they not going to answer us?
I'll answer after your comments are done, so we...
I just don't understand why you won't share with us. You have to have some rationale for doing what you're doing. And I think you owe it to the public to explain your rationale. Maybe you can convince us.
Okay, maybe she doesn't have any other comments. Do you guys want to respond to that? Or want to move on to the next speaker?
At this point.
Okay.
I'll comment if she's done.
Kathy, you finished?
I'm finished.
Okay.
As I've said in the past, so not to take away from time, I've said in the past, I think this process is gonna go much further than 6 months, 8 months. I think a 6-month moratorium. Our planning department has stated that nothing is gonna be approved or vetted, so to speak, or in the next 6 months. I think that this, realistically, I think the work that was done by the prior company was completely inadequate, and I think that if this, the new comprehensive plan company is relying on that, I think this is gonna take a lot much longer than 6 months, 12 months, 18 months. I think it's gonna be long, and I think that we were forced to have a tax increase this year to bring Riverhead into the new century, so to speak, and I think there's a lot of projects on hand. From the town's perspective, that we need to support a tax base. So I'm not willing to shut down projects for the next 18 months when this town desperately needs to increase its tax base.
Okay. Anybody else for open comment?
Bonnie Anderson, Foxwoods. How much
Ma'am,
money
we have
is the
somebody that we
tax
just
base
brought up
gonna-
online.
Oh, sorry,
Yep, just 1 second.
sorry.
Yeah, Mike Foley, Reeves Park. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Thank you. Riverhead Local today published an article that was titled Calverton Moratorium Sputters, Currently Lacks 3 Votes Even for a Public Hearing. So I'd just like to take a couple of minutes, Ken, with you, because you gave a very detailed reason. From what I could just pick out of the article, 3 reasons why you feel a moratorium should not be done. I just want to give my opinion on your reasons. You said that a 6-month moratorium would not accomplish anything because it's not long enough to complete the comp plan. I think one of the things it does accomplish, Ken, is it stops the potential financial bleeding of the applicant. If the applicant is told that we are holding any application right now, they would understand, especially if anybody turned into this public hearing and all of the people in Calverton, that they're going to be up against a real hard group of people that don't want it in their residential areas. So I think you would be giving consideration to the applicants that you're concerned about by telling them, don't invest any more money in this application until you know if it belongs there. So I'd just ask you to consider that. You also said in there what you just basically gave as a reason. And I'll quote you on it and I trust Denise quoted you properly. Quote, I just can't justify telling the residents of this town, step 1, I'm going to raise your taxes, and step 2, we're going to stop growth and development, unquote. Ken, obviously, and I was one of the few people that spoke at the budget, and I approved. I agreed with raising this because it's unreasonable to me. If we have a 7% inflation rate and we want to pay people to keep up with inflation and the other costs that go up with inflation, that the town is being reasonable in in piercing that cap, and I supported it for that reason. But I can't support allowing growth that doesn't belong there. I prefer to say we're delaying the growth to put it in an area where it makes sense. So again, I would ask you to consider that as a good reason to support this moratorium. The next thing that you talked about was that's where I want to see high-tech, high-paying jobs in Calverton. That's when the next generation is a future of employment in the town of Riverhead. Because of high-tech development jobs, and we need to allow some of that growth to occur. I agree with you, Ken, but I would ask you to say, Calverton's a big place. We got a lot of residential areas right now where we have industrial development being applied for. That's right in the middle of residences. The PIP and EPCAL are located in Calverton. That is an enclosed area. We could put everything in there that these applicants want, whether it is those high-end fulfillment areas or whether it is the anaerobic digesters, and if we can get the PSE&G to build a substation there for battery storage, put it in there, so that if the unknown happens and there's a fire, it wouldn't affect any of the residents. It would just affect the industrial area that it surrounds. And you also talk about fairness to property owners. And I'll quote you again. How do we say to a developer that you're owed this particular piece of property for all these years, you've paid taxes on this piece of property, and now at the very moment that when you're actually wanting to have the infrastructure, the financial means to develop it, we're going to tell you, no, you can't. Well, we're telling them, no, they can't, because that's not what it was zoned for when they bought it. If they want to put something on there that they bought originally without any zoning variances, then in my mind, they can build whatever fits in the present zoning. But for them to ask for the residents to be encumbered with additional zoning options to the betterment, the financial betterment of the developer, I don't think that's fair to the residents, Ken. And I'm really going to ask you to seriously consider these things as we look for the moratorium, because very simply, Tim and Frank have already stated their support of a moratorium. We can talk about the time frame. I'll again remind the people in the audience that you can't have an open-ended moratorium. You have to define a specific time, and then like we did with the solar moratorium, when that time expires, you can extend it. And I mentioned at the last meeting, because we're anticipating 14 months, that a 6-month moratorium might be better served if we bumped it up to 9, so that we'd only need one possible extension to consider to get this done. So, Ken, you're really going to be the deciding vote on this. We know that Tim and Frank are in favor of it. We know that Bob has said that he wants benign uses, as he defines it, to be an exception, which clearly leaves us open to preferential treatment for any other applicant. It just doesn't work. And we also know that Yvette is unwilling to accept the definition of vested by the state of New York, unwilling to accept Eric Howard, our town attorney, who has said that no exceptions is the best way to avoid litigation. But Yvette tends to just say, well, I know people that say different. Same as she did to us, Ken, on trying to stop the resolution on marijuana. Where
Mike,
at the
you've had
last
more than
second
5
she
minutes.
waived something saying
had
that
more than
banks
5
can
minutes,
have
Mike. We'll ask you to wrap it
ridiculous
up.
things that she said. Ridiculous things that she said, and has gotten away to it to this point. I think I'm out of time. I thank you for your time. Ken, think hard on this, and I'd like to talk to you before the next meeting. Happy New Year, Merry Christmas, and Happy Hanukkah to everybody that came up there. Stay safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Mike.
Okay. Anybody else?
Judy Ojico, Foxwood Village, Calverton. Actually, yes, that gentleman before him, Bonnie, everyone, they've pretty much said everything that a large number of the people who were here earlier agree with. Those warehouses that are going in at the end of Manor Road, hopefully, are not going in, at least not until that point in time when the comprehensive plan has been completed, not just, the 14 months, but the actual completion. And I would agree, they are misplaced in that spot. There's going to be lighting, there's going to be trucks back and forth, there's going to be traffic issues, because getting in there, I assume they're coming in off the expressway. Well, there's no way for them to come onto 58 and get to there unless they make a turn somewhere.
Right now, they couldn't come in off the expressway because there's no egress allowed from the expressway to where they're looking to build.
Oh, yes, that's exactly. So they would have to go down 58, maybe turn on Cromer, go down west, and then come back down, or not, go onto West Main Street, come back down Cromer, or go down 58 and turn around in maybe the Walmart parking lot. Who knows? Who knows what they're going to do? And then when they leave, what's to keep them from using Middle Road, which I consider to be a rural road, except for the cement trucks or whatever they are. Is that concrete?
Yes.
Concrete, yeah. Who sneak down it on a fairly frequent basis. It's just a poor project for the location. There's 33 acres, and someone has already cut part of that acreage. Somebody has already clear-cut part of that acreage. Of course, I didn't go on it because it's not my property, but I could see it. I drive past that thing several dozen times, probably in a month. I would just ask that the board consider that a moratorium be placed on that particular project until, well, you know, as he suggested, that was Mr. Foley, I assume, you know, 9 months and maybe an extension. It's a bad fit, and it's going to bring down property values in our community. It's going to be and I'm surprised that Hometown America, who paid $16 million for Foxwood Village, hasn't sent some kind of a representative, because that's their investment. And they should be worried about the fact that there are 5-story warehouses going in right behind some of their property. So I would urge the board to also consider that be put on a moratorium. Thanks.
Thank you.
John, anybody else online?
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, it's Kelly McClinchy from Manorville. I just wanted to come on for a moment. I'm not going to even keep you for the full 5 minutes, but I just wanted to comment on the moratorium. No bigger task as board members than to protect the health, essentially, of the residents of the town of Riverhead. And no surprise, I come to you tonight and I request that you consider a moratorium for however long of a period you think is warranted to really make some progress. And the reason essentially is water. And the 3 board members that are here tonight, they have a proven track record of caring about the residents, of caring about water. Mr. Kern, you sit on the RAB board as a fellow RAB member. You give your time. You understand that there's an issue with water contamination in Riverhead, at the very least in Manorville and Calverton. And I appreciate the time that you spend to dedicate to that. Mr. Rothwell, you have proven yourself over and over to the community when it comes to water. You know, you started the water forum. You gave up hours away from your own family to come and talk to us and reassure us and, you know, let us know that the town is doing what they can, you know, for water. And it's a slow process, and I think that we're all a bit frustrated by that, understandably. And Mr. Hubbard, as the longest standing board member, you have really never failed to support us. You know, whether that meant reaching out to Suffolk County Water Authority, like whatever was necessary to make this right, to move in the right direction. The 3 of you really, I commend you for what you have done and what you continue to do. And I urge you, you know, there's a whole lot of issues when it comes to a moratorium and collecting tax dollars and jobs, and I understand all that, and I think that you have big decisions to make. But I urge you to keep that foremost priority of the health of the residents in mind. And I don't say this lightly when I say there's a water crisis in Riverhead. And that not only includes private wells and contamination, which of course it does include, I have to bring that up, but it also does include the water district. There are a lot of demands on the water district as it is. There are a lot of demands upcoming on the water district. And really a moratorium until the comp plan is finished. The comp plan can really help to address these issues and move Riverhead in the right direction when it comes to the health and safety of the water that people are drinking. I urge you, I implore you, please consider this very seriously when you think about a moratorium. Like I said, there's nothing more important that you can do. And really, I heard somebody else on the meeting before say, you know, you are essentially creating your legacy. You've been creating your legacy since you've been sitting on that dais, and the decisions that you've made for water have been positive so far. Slow, I get it. We were frustrated about that. I think that's been expressed plenty of times. But there's nothing more important than you can do than keep a focus on the health and safety of the residents. So I thank you for letting me speak tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Anybody else for open comment?
Takvi Turchin again with Calverton Civic President. For the folks who are at home and listening, I want to thank them for their time and their attention, and for the folks that have been in this room, as long as the folks that are up at the dais, for their time and their attention and their focus. And I heard Mr. Hubbard mention something about it's really great to see people come out, and we love to hear from you. And today's example, there was a lot of sacrifice. This is a very, very difficult time of the year, and you saw people here in wheelchairs and people here with assistance to walking. That's how much it means to them. I don't know if you can count on that. So when I come and I speak with you, as you can tell, I went out into the hallway many times, and it's because I'm speaking with the residents to recognize them, because there are a lot of them, and I got to remember who they are. And I also need to thank them, the fact that they took time out of their holiday, their time, their quiet time with their families, and the end of the day, and relaxing. And I would hope that when you hear from me, that you recognize that there is more than just me coming to the microphone. I'm carrying their voice with me. Thank you so much.
Okay. I think that about wraps it up on the comments. I'll ask now for a first and a second to close the town board meeting.
So moved. Second.
All in favor? All opposed? So moved. Merry Christmas, everybody. Happy Hanukkah and happy holidays.
Have a great holiday, everybody.